From the towering peaks of the Woolajezi Mountain in Lofa County to the golden plains of Bomi River Basin, through the verdant greens of the Sapo National Park, a place where monkeys whisper secrets and pygmy hippos tread unseen, from the valleys to the roaring coasts of Monrovia, Buchanan, Harper, and Robertsport. These are the voices that travel unfiltered, uncaged, and unstoppable. Welcome to the Liberian Voices Unfiltered, the platform where we speak the languages of the land, celebrate the cultures of our people, beat the drums of our tribes, and dance to the rhythms of our identity. This platform is more than just a broadcast. It's a movement, a megaphone for the people. No scripts, no sugarcoating, no stage management, just the truth, pure, bold, and proudly Liberian. Tune in, turn up the volume, and join your host, George Senator Sibo, the Pan-Africanist, shaking the mic, breaking the silence, and speaking for the nation and its people. The Liberian Voices Unfiltered. All hail, Liberia hail. It is raw, it is real, it is authentic. From the bushes to the beaches, this is our voices, our truth, and our story. It must be heard.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon. Hello, fellow Liberians, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are watching me from. This is your host, George Senator Sibo, on the platform, the Liberian Voices Unfiltered. As you guys are aware, yesterday we launched our test transmission, and everything was good. Everything was fine. We tested our equipment, and they were all okay. So today is the main day, and we have a very, very, very interesting topic. For some of you that have followed our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, I think you have been opportune to see some of the exact flyer for our show. So for today's podcast, we will be looking at the armed forces of Liberia. We're going to put it on our reviews. And we're going to be looking at the roles of past and present leadership. That is the topic we are going to be discussing today. The armed forces of Liberia, the past and present leadership. As you all know, the armed forces of Liberia is one of the major pillars of our existence. The armed forces of Liberia is one of the reasons why we can call ourselves a sovereign nation. The armed forces of Liberia is one of the reasons why we are counted among the community of nations. So the armed forces of Liberia plays a very, very, very key role in our democratic process, in our existence, and our well-being. And for today's podcast, I encourage everyone to join us live. Follow our show on the face. If you are following us from Facebook, please you can like and share our page so that more people can follow and see what we're doing. Yes, please like, share, and subscribe to our page and our channel so that more people can see exactly what we are doing, especially at this juncture where the armed forces of Liberia is trying to carry on recruitment, while the recruitment effort is currently ongoing. This show is intended to provide some enlightenment, some historicity surrounding the formation of the armed forces of Liberia, the prospect that they have had over the years, some of the challenges they have had over the years, and what are some of those recommendations that can move it forward. So please share our page, our live, share our live with all of your friends, your loved ones, every active duty military personnel in the armed forces, including enlisted men, soldiers, officers, and that of senior NCOs and warrant officers of the armed forces. Please share the video to them, share the live with them, encourage them to join, as a lot of information is going to be provided to the general public. We encourage everyone to form part of this show, and there'll be time the line will be open, and we can bring people on to give their contributions, especially for some of those that have served the armed forces of Liberia, that have had first-hand experience in what the armed forces was and what it is today. So please stay tuned, share the live, encourage other people to join from Facebook, YouTube, and we'll also be streaming from Instagram. The Instagram going to start out very soon. So please, we encourage every one of you to please join our show and encourage other people to follow. I know it is about 6 o'clock in Liberia. It's early in America. We don't expect a lot of people to join from the United States, but we are expecting people to join from Liberia. Those that want to be part of the new recruitment process, that are trying to join the armed forces of Liberia, this show is going to help you. It's going to be very, very informative and going to give you some backgrounds on how you can proceed. So please share the live and be a part of history making. This is our first broadcast. So being part of it is you are being part of history. So I'm going to be playing our team song. We're going to be playing our team song while we are encouraging other people to form part of this show. So please listen to the team song. It's going to play along while we are encouraging people to form part of this show.
Yeah, you're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered.
Oh, we're speaking truth tonight. Liberia, let your voices rise.
From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown.
Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say. Unfiltered voices paving the way.
Liberian voices, unfiltered. Yeah, we tell you how it is, no filter. Liberian voices, unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Bukana to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Town, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian voices, unfiltered. Yeah, you're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard.
Share the live.
This is Liberian Voices
Give a comment. I want to be seeing comment on Facebook. I'm also following it, seeing all those that are making the comment. I'm seeing the comments. Actors, Prince Johnny, we appreciate Anima. Thanks for joining. Please share the live comment and you can subscribe to the Facebook page. You can subscribe to the channel. It is called Liberian Voices Unfiltered. As the name implies, Liberian Voices Unfiltered, we intend to bring you the information relating to Liberian welfare and Liberian wealth as it unfolds. It's going to be raw, it's going to be real, and it's going to be authentic. So I'm encouraging everyone, every well-meaning Liberian, to form part of this. There's going to be no form of sugar coating, no stage management on this platform. We're going to have everything going on as planned. And like I said yesterday, this song playing, the song that is playing in the background, we managed to have a couple of them made. They were made through artificial intelligence, AI. I sat in my living room and I generated this song for myself. And I can tell you that everyone, every Liberian, especially those that are in the IT, can do this, can help. The unfortunate part of that was, while trying to make the song, I tried to use Liberian voice, Liberian old fashioned. But unfortunately, the AI told me that we don't have the voice. So, but the value and opportunity of this was the Nigerian voice, which is at least an African in relation. So I opted for it and I took it, and then Today we can hear these songs and we get these songs, but today's our own song. We own copyright to it, and we can play it whenever we wish. It's tailored towards the program, the show. So please share the live. Encourage people to join. Give your comment, give your like, and we will soon be getting into the show. I'm still, like I said, keep on putting your comment. I'm seeing Dr. Taylor, my former high school instructor, Emmett Taylor. Welcome, sir. Your contribution is highly necessary. And this show, like I said, we are not just going to be into politics. It is not just all about politics. Yes, it's good to talk politics at times, but there are sometimes there are other national issues ranging from education, ranging from healthcare, ranging from welfare, ranging from the engineering standpoint, the economy. We have to get into those things. Religious issues, we have to get into them. We have to bring it the way things have been unfolding in Liberia. So we encourage people that want to form a part of this venture. Those that want to serve as panelists on this, we have 10 slots open. We're going to put in the numbers at the end of the day on the slide. You can see it. You can send in your interest, and we can talk about it. This show is for young people, not politicians, like I said, that have been recycled or want to get back in government, trying to make their way, to make the voices heard, to make their way back in government. It's for the youth, for young people, and also for well-meaning Liberians, regardless of age, political background, religious affiliation, and the rest of it. We are encouraging everyone to come and form part of this broadcast, of this wonderful initiative. So just a little background before we move on to the discussion. As you may know, our topic is on the armed forces of Liberia, and we are going to be delving into we're going to be reviewing the armed forces in general, but our emphasis is going to be placed particularly on the new armed forces. So our armed forces have had a couple of transitions. That is the old armed forces from 1908, which was called the Liberia Frontier Force, and then into transition into current day new armed forces, which is referred to as the armed forces of Liberia. We will give you some historical backdrops to those effects. We'll give you some dates and some personality behind the scene that makes it work, that bring it up to speed at this time. Our podcast today, I know we're going to be saying some things raw. We're going to be bringing it as it unfolds. Some people not going to like it. Some people in authority not going to like what we're going to say, but we don't care. We're not on their payroll. We're not worried about them. We are going to make sure that the Liberian people going to get the information they need, so that we all can know what is happening around us based on current unfolding things. So again, let me play our intro video for some of you that are just joining, and then we can begin the show right after our intro video. Please stay tuned, share the live, subscribe to our channel, invite people to the show so that they can follow. There are a lot of good information we're going to provide here today. Very, very useful to active duty personnel, useful to those that are wanting to join the armed forces now that the armed forces is going into recruitment process. Please share this information, and then we'll open the line at some point for people to call in and give their comment and their analysis. Thank you, and stay tuned for our intro video. Again, this intro video, just to put out a disclaimer, was also made through the kind guidance of AI, artificial intelligence. We sat in our living room and we came up with this video, and then we were able to produce the video. And again, the video, AI told us they don't have a Liberian accent to use. So the closest accent to Liberia was at least American accent, so we use that. Please don't judge the video too much. It's just for information sharing purposes, and it's tailored towards the show. So please stay tuned for that.
From the towering peaks of the Woolajezi Mountain in Lofa County to the golden plains of Bomi River Basin, through the verdant greens of the Sapo National Park. From the towering peaks of the Woolajezi Mountain in Lofa County to the golden plains of Bomi River Basin, through the verdant greens of the Sapo National Park, a place where monkeys whisper secrets and pygmy hippos tread unseen. From the valleys to the roaring coasts of Monrovia, Buchanan, Harper, and Robertsport, these are the voices that travel unfiltered, uncaged, and unstoppable. Welcome to the Liberian Voices Unfiltered, the platform where we speak the languages of the land, celebrate the cultures of our people, beat the drums of our tribes, and dance to the rhythms of our identity. This platform is more than just a broadcast. It's a movement, a megaphone for the people. No scripts, no sugarcoating, no stage management, just the truth, pure, bold, and proudly Liberian. Tune in, turn up the volume, and join your host, George Senator Sebo, the Pan-Africanist, shaking the mic, breaking the silence, and speaking for the nation and its people. The Liberian Voices Unfiltered. All hail, Liberia hail. It is raw, it is real, it is authentic. From the bushes to the beaches, this is our voices, our truth, and our story. It must be heard.
Okay, there you have it. That is our intro video. We have it was made through the kind courtesy of artificial intelligence. I sat down in my living room and I made that video myself. Through the guidance of research and other stuff that I did. And then once more, we will play our theme song. Then we can get into the issue. Please share the live, invite people to the show so that we can have the useful information that we need to know exactly how our armed forces have been functioning, how things have been working for the armed forces. Please share the live, and we are looking to see you guys join the show. Yes.
To the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered. We're speaking truth tonight. Liberia, let your voices rise. From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown. Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say, unfiltered voices paving the way. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Buchanan to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Mount, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Your story, your power, your sound. Healthcare, education, Yeah! You're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered. We're speaking truth tonight. Liberia, let your voices rise. From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown. Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say, unfiltered voices paving the way. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Buchanan to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Mount, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Your story, your power, your sound. Healthcare, education, Yeah! You're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered. We're speaking truth tonight. Liberia, let your voices rise. From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, We're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown. Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say, unfiltered voices paving the way. Liberian voices unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian voices unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Buchanan to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Mount, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian voices unfiltered. Your story, your power, your sound. Healthcare, education.
All right, there you have it. There you have it. Those are our theme song and our promo video, our intro video. Like I said from the very beginning, those songs and video were made by ourselves. So you can give your comment on it at the end of the day. Let us know if it is beautiful or something that we need to work on. But like I said, it is we can't change the voice. We try AI to us that no, they don't have Liberian voice. So I'm encouraging our Liberian IT guys to go out there and put Liberian voice, the Liberian voices in that thing, so that other people that have intention of making similar video or making their own songs for their program can use Liberian voice while we want an opportunity to do that. So before I begin, let me let you know that this show is our first broadcast is dedicated to my late senior brother, Mr. Amos Sibo Jr. Mr. Sibo have always wanted us to have our live platform like this, where he will be able to provide some insight on what has been going on in Liberia. We plan on doing these things, but unfortunately, the cool hands of death took him away from us earlier, some part of last year. Mr. Sibo was a father figure in my life. He has been a father figure in the life of many people. Mr. Sibo was a teacher, a lecturer. He was a mentor. He provided guidance to so many Liberians and even outsiders, like foreigners. He have worked in the public sector, and he have contributed a lot in making Liberia to what it is today. So may his soul and the soul of all departed rest in perfect peace. And also to all fallen comrades of the armed forces of Liberia, those that laid their lives down to protect the freedom and protect the sovereignty of our nations, those that went out there on peacekeeping missions to represent Liberia on the battle scene and sustain some casualties. Some of them die in the process. Some of them sustain real injury. And this is also dedicated to them. So for this, for our podcast, whenever we are coming online, we are going to, every show is going to have something we call food for thought, which some social scientists like myself and scholars will say, we could refer to them as a proverb or wise saying. So the food for thought for today's program is this. So say life on earth does not stop or slow down simply because you are normal. Life on earth does not stop or slow down simply because you are normal. Life goes on. Whether you are dead or you are alive, the earth keep moving on. That is the food for thought for our show today. Every show, like I said, will definitely bring on food for thought. In every show we're gonna have that. If you have some good food for thought that you want people to know, people to hear about, that you think is a wise saying, please share it in the comment section. We can use it during our live podcast. These things are very important. It reminds people of some things. Some people think that life revolves around them, that the earth rotates around their orbits. Not true. We all are passerby on earth. We are existing because God wants us to exist. The day he don't want you to exist, he pulled the plugs, and that's it. We will cry no matter what. You are dead and gone. We can't bring you back. So that is it for our food for thought. So let us get into the nitty-gritty of our show. I know everyone has been waiting eagerly to hear what we got to bring concerning the armed forces of Liberia. Like I said, our topic on the discussion is the armed forces of Liberia in review. We are going to be looking at the role of past and present leadership of the armed forces. I make this topic the first topic for this podcast because the armed forces is my home. That's where I was born and bred. Spent most of my youthful part of my life and in becoming an officer for the armed forces of Liberia. And I will get into that. So in order to provide you with some real information for the armed forces, I prepared some scripts that I'm going to be going over just to give you some precise information so that you guys can know what to do. Like I said, share this live to every active duty military personnel, soldiers, that is enlisted men, NCO, senior NCO, officers, warrant officers, everyone. Share the video to policies maker, to lawmaker, to ministers, to head of public corporations and state-owned enterprises. Share the video because some information provided in this video going to help them in making decisions for the armed forces of Liberia. It's going to help. We are at the crossroad right now. Like I said, we'll get into that. So let me begin by providing some information that I have prepared for the armed forces of Liberia. So, first of all, the armed forces of Liberia, that is, have transitioned from so many stages. They have come in not too much of a name, but they have transitioned from one stage to another. So the first name of the armed forces of Liberia was called the Liberia Frontier Force. Liberia Frontier Force, like the Frontier Airline, and LFF for short. And that was done under the presidency of President Arthur Barkley, who became the first commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the LFF, which is currently called the Armed Forces of Liberia. So, as you may know, the president is the commander-in-chief of any country's armed forces. Yeah, so every officers, especially officers in the armed forces, work at the will and pleasure of the president. Like I said, officers work at the will and pleasure of the president. The president can decide to retire any officer at any point in time. But I'm afraid he can't do that to enlisted member, except where the enlisted is actually found liable or guilty of something. For an officer of the president under your service, he can retire you. You can't do anything about that. That being said, that was just some information. Like I said, there are a lot of information that will be provided. It's just like the president appointed ministers, head of public corporation, all those things, but he does not appoint civil servants. So the soldiers, enlisted soldiers, are like civil servants of the armed forces. You cannot just dismiss them like that. They have to go through some process, except where they are in gross violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And you see that of recent, you saw some transition. The president retired other soldiers and other officers, and promoted some of them to the position of chief of staff. To the position of minister, and what have you. So the president can do that. So the Liberia Frontier Force was established for for a couple of reasons. One of them, to patrol and maintain law and order. In those days, there was no too much demand. In 1908, there was no much demand. And there was no too much war and thing going on. So the armed forces were almost like playing the capacity of like a police. So they were there to maintain to patrol our borders, making sure that we don't have incursion on our land and we don't have like insurgents coming in. And they were also responsible to provide law and order. Yes, that was some of the role of the Liberia Frontier Force. And the Liberia Frontier Force had previous commanders. There was commanders. In fact, there were commanders that funded that were part and parcel of the founding members of the Liberian Frontier Force. And I will tell you, those history always take into consideration officers and generals. I don't know why would they do that. And the backbone of the military are the soldiers. History should count soldiers too. We need to start doing that. Remembering some soldiers in our quest for better Liberia. We need to be naming some roles after some soldiers, some police officer, some immigration officer. We need to be naming some public buildings, some libraries after them, because they have been the backbone of the military. Officers, play the administrative role, the supervisory role, but the soldiers actually does the job. So we should be remembering them. So for previous command of the armed forces, and all of them were American Army officers. So we have Major Charles D. Young, Major Charles D. Young, and Captain Roundtree. History count his last name. I don't know. They didn't give us his first name from our research. Captain Roundtree. So those guys were part of the funding leaders of the Liberia Frontier Force. Major Charles D. Young and Captain Roundtree. Yes, and then there was another major called Major Ara McKay Cardwell. Major Ara McKay Cardwell. Major Cardwell served as the commander of the Liberia Frontier Force, but was later removed from office due to a mutiny attempt. He tried to mutinize against the government. So because of that, he was removed from office. While we are providing this information, please go ahead, share the live, like our page, subscribe to our page, let people know, tag people that want to join the armed forces of Liberia, people that have interest in helping the armed forces, in providing knowledge and training, all the stuff, so that they can see these things. Yes, and then to move forward, Liberia, the first chief of staff of the Liberian Frontier Force was Captain Alexander Arahapper. Alexander Arahapper was the first chief of staff, not from the Frontier Force, but the title was called, not from the Liberian Frontier Force, but the title, when he became chief of staff, Captain Arahapper was appointed the first chief of staff. And this appointment was done during the Charles D.B. King era. Charles D.B. King, President Charles Doma Budress King. He was the president, I think in the 1920s or something around that time. So he appointed Captain Alexander Arahapper as the chief of staff. And this appointment took place after his re-election for the third term in Liberia. And we all know, for some historian like myself or people that make research, that election was recorded in the Guinness Book of World Record as the most fraudulent election in history at the time in the world. Liberia can set record too. That was the most fraudulent election in the world. Yes, and it took place right in Liberia. So President King, what makes this election very fraudulent? President King received about 240,000 votes during the elections, while his opponent, Thomas J. Arrow Faulkner, received 9,000 votes. So the margin was very, very wide. But that was not the reason why they said it was fraudulent. The major reason was because the voter registration record indicated that there were only approximately 15,000 registered voters. How can you have 15,000 registered voters and then you got 240,000 votes? Liberia is a historical country. And that happened way in the 1920s. 1927, way back. So our country have been flooded and triggered with fraud and corruption and mischief dated back from past administration. So, and those are things that we'll be looking at too in the future. So the election scandal, the election scandal coupled with some forced labor practices and modern slavery was being investigated by the League of Nations. For some of you that understand the League of Nations was the organization that existed before the United Nations was formed. So that was the first one, and it failed. It failed for several reasons. We're not going to delve into that in the show. So the League of Nations investigated, and they said that the election was very fraudulent. So in 1930, President Charles D.B. King was forced to resign. He resigned and was succeeded by President Edward Buckley. So this is just some historicity of that fraudulent election so that people can know that election malfeasance have been dated way back in Liberia. It came back from way back. We inherited it for some of our past leaders. Yes. So let us focus now on our armed forces. So there was an act way back in 1959, after the AFL was evolving. There was an act creating what we call the Liberian National Coast Guard. So the Coast Guard Act of 1959 created the Liberian National Coast Guard. And this act later on became replaced by the new National Defense Act of 2008. So it took off a very long time, and then later on it became repealed and replaced by the 2008 National Defense Act. We're going to get into that new National Defense Act. We're going to get a little bit into that. And then there have been a couple of name change for the armed forces. Generally for the entire defense sector. So in 1955, the Department of War was changed to the Department of National Defense. Yes, to the Department of National Defense in 1955. The Department of War, before the Ministry of National Defense was called the Department of War, it was changed to the Department of National Defense. And in 1972, the Department of National Defense was again changed to the Ministry of National Defense by the Act of 1972. And with that act, all government ministries, all government departments, that was and that thing happened within it, like I said, in the 70s. All government ministries' name were changed from department to ministry. So before we had the Department of Commerce, the Department of Finance, the Department of Labor, everything got changed in the 70s to ministry. The name became ministry. And again, even earlier than that, before that time, in 1962, that before 1972, before that time, so between 1962 to 1965, the name Liberia Frontier Force, it became renamed the Liberia National Guard. So you see, so we came from the Liberia Frontier Force in 1908, and between 1962 to 1965, Liberia Frontier Force was renamed to Liberia National Guard, LNG, by President William V.S. Todman. President Todman changed the name from Liberia National Guard to Liberia Frontier Force. As the show is going on, please, I'm encouraging everyone to please share the live, give your comment. This is history. History might be written in so many other forms and fashion. If you think you have some vital information that you want to provide, you can please don't hesitate to leave a comment on it. Yes, put in your comment. I'm going to see the comment. I'm going to refer to some of it. I'm going to be able to talk to some of the comments. And thanks to all those that are following. Keep sharing, keep liking the page, keep making a comment, subscribe to our page. This podcast, this platform came to stay. It's not going anywhere. So I encourage you to subscribe to it. I encourage you to follow it. We're going to give you a lot of information. It's going to be very, very informative. It's going to be educative as well as entertaining. So please don't hesitate to join us. We are looking for panelists, well-meaning Liberians that want to form part in history making. This platform is not designed for just only politicians to come, unlike other platforms that will only call people that are making just headway in the news to get on the platform. No, this is for the youth. It's for young Liberians, for everyone, every well-meaning Liberian that want to contribute to Liberia growth and development and progress. Yeah, so having said that, the old armed forces were organized as into brigades. So, and those brigades were often called Liberia National Guard brigades. So there were several battalions and support units of that of the LNG. So the LNG would know the Liberia National Guard. During the LFF, they didn't have that. So the new, when the name changed from LFF and development had taken place, there were need to increase the armed forces. There were need to modernize the armed forces. It began to, so the president and other military advisors around the president came up with a full expansion to this effect. So we had a history recorded that we had a couple of battalions. Yes, and I will just name a few of them. We had the 1st Infantry Battalion, and that battalion was located in Camp Shefflin. The 1st Infantry Battalion was located in Camp Shefflin. Then we had the 2nd Infantry Battalion, and that was located in Camp Todi. And Camp Todi was also referred to as Camp Talbot. Camp Talbot, the 2nd Infantry Battalion home. And the home to the 3rd Infantry Battalion was the Barclay Training Center, which we refer to as BTC, where the Ministry of National Defense currently sits. That is where the 3rd Infantry Battalion was located. And then we had the 4th Infantry Battalion. The 4th Infantry Battalion was located in Zwedru, that were responsible to provide security and border policing within the southeastern region. So the 4th Infantry Battalion was located on that side. And we also had the 5th Infantry Battalion was located in central Liberia, that is around Banga. It was in Banga. That's where the 4th Infantry Battalion was. Like I said, if you have more information on this, please send out your comment. We will follow it. We will read your comment, and we can say a lot about it. Don't hesitate. This show is new. We're going to be perfect in it with time. But please, your support is needed as we proceed. So the 6th Infantry Battalion was in Bombay Hills. So we had another battalion in Bombay Hills. And then we also had the engineering battalion, which are also called like the Field Artillery. We were grouped into the Field Artillery. So we had the 1st Field Artillery Battalion. Then we also had the Armor Unit. Armor are those that carry like those guys that are responsible for armor, those big weapons and other stuff. And then the armor, like the guys that are responsible for army ammunition, storage and maintenance and upkeep. Then we also have Service Support Battalion. There was Service Support Battalion. You have the medical. Those are Service Support Battalion. Those people cannot be directly involved with war. During the wartime, medical soldiers or medical personnel in the armed forces, they are there to provide service support. They are not there to engage in physical warfare. They provide support to the troop. That is the reason why the Geneva Convention provides that medical personnel should not be targeted during war. You can't kill them. You're not supposed to kill them. You can capture them and use them to your advantage. If the guy is a doctor, you capture him, you can make the doctor to treat your patients. They can do that. I have seen that. And it have happened before. So I have read in history and those things have happened before. You're not supposed to kill them. And then for the same service support, we also have the military police. So MPs provide service support, although they can be involved in war too. Yes, but they are referred to as service support units. So the military police serve as the police for the army. They serve as the police. The same way government is being run outside, the military has their own structure of government. They have their own judiciary system. They have their own people that make their law, and they have people that enforce the law. So if you are caught in the wrong or you did something wrong, and the military police will be used to go and have you arrested. The military police will arrest you in the process and turn it over for trial. So they can commence prosecution, that is taking down record, interviews, and other things they can also apply. And we also have the logistics command. Logistics also provide service support to the armed forces. So those are service support battalion. We have medical, military police, logistics. That's what the Liberia National Guard had at the time. And then we also had the Executive Marshal Guard Battalion. There was a battalion assigned to the Executive Marshal to provide a security for the president. Yes, that guy was responsible for providing protection and security for the president of Liberia. And then we also had a special detachment such as the Bela Yala Guard. So the Bela Yala Guard were where they keep high-profile prisoners, people that have violated our laws, people that were involved with some heinous crimes. They were taken to Bela Yala for safekeeping, referred to as safekeeping. And it is a correctional facility, and it was a maximum correctional facility. So we have people there. So look at our old armed forces, right? I'm saying this to set the basis for our real discussion. Remember these things I'm saying. Look at our old armed forces. They have almost 6 to 7 battalions. Almost 6 to 7 battalions. And at the time, I will tell you, when we go down, you will see. Let me not jump the gun. Let me take my time and provide this information. And again, after that thing was established, like I said, that was the Liberia National Guard. And then in 1970, the Liberia National Guard, the name was changed to what we have now as the Armed Forces of Liberia by President William V. Tubman. So the name changed from Liberia National Guard to the Armed Forces of Liberia. So you see the transition. It came from Liberia Frontier Force. It came to the Liberia National Guard. And then it finally came to the Armed Forces of Liberia. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if it's going to change again. But for now, this is what we have. The Armed Forces of Liberia, the AFL. And then the postal strength, that is the strength, when I say postal strength, that is the strength of active duty personnel. In the late 1970 and 1980, that means before that coup time, the strength, that is the personnel that is actively serving the armed forces, was 6,300. We have up to 6,300 active duty personnel. Please share the live, invite people, soldiers and officers, well-wishers, people that want to form part of the armed forces. These are history that they would like to know. These are information that they would like to have. Please share this information with them. Share the live, comment, provide your comment, and give us your thought on what we're doing, and let us know if it is something that we can improve upon. We need it. We just started the show. There's a lot of room for improvement. So please, your recommendation, your input is highly, highly recommended. So we had 6,300 active duty personnel at the time. That was in the late 70s to 1980. And then the population of Liberia at the time, between 1970 to 1980, was 1.92 million. So let's just approximate 2 million. So we had 2 million people that was being protected by 6,300 active duty personnel. Look at the number. I'm setting the basis for our original discussion. Like I said from the beginning, our original discussion is focusing mainly on the new armed forces of Liberia, which started in 2006. That is where our focus is going to be. I'm just setting the basis, the background for the real discussion. So this information that I have provided is going to be vital to our incoming discussion. So the information I'm providing now, I'm going to post it on the Facebook page and our YouTube page. You can go back and use it as a reference guide in the future. Those are very good information that you might need to keep, especially for those that have interest in joining the military or one day becoming a leader in the Ministry of National Defense or in the security sector. So we had a population of 1.92 or approximately 2 million, and we had 6,300 active duty men. So let me deep a little bit into the armed forces of Liberia participation in peacekeeping mission. So the armed forces were involved in peacekeeping mission in the early 60s. I mean, in 1960s. So they went for peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So Liberia excelled there. They did great. They participated. And today, even though there are crises in Congo, war is ongoing in Congo, but I believe at the time Liberia played her role, and Congo became stable to a larger extent before the war started escalating again. So the old armed forces were involved with very good participation in the war with peacekeeping and peace enforcement. And then after that, around 1980 or so, came the Liberian Civil War. The war started around, you guys know that when the war started, a lot of things began to happen. We had insurgency, we had rebel group begin to form, we had so many things started happening. So because of that, when the war went on, there were a lot of faction within the armed forces. There were a lot of command and control, people doing their own thing. There were a lot of coup and counter coup. The armed forces became fragmented. It had a lot of fragment, it had a lot of faction. You cannot have an armed forces that is divided. That is not an armed forces. Even Boy Scout, you have to be together. If you are divided, you cannot protect the people. So because of that, because of those things, the armed forces was because of all of those things, the armed forces was in complete disarray, complete chaos. So after the war, when the war subsided, due to the international community involvement, several peace meetings were held for Liberia in different countries. So the armed forces of Liberia, because of that, in one of the meetings for the betterment of Liberia, which is the Accra Peace Accord, the recommendation from the Peace Accord established that in order for Liberia to be stabilized, in order for Liberia to get better, they will need to disband the armed forces of Liberia and establish a new one. Yes, they will need to disband the armed forces of Liberia and establish a new one. That was the recommendation from the Accra Peace Accord. So, and they started the process gradually. So, from the Accra Peace Accord, they came up with something called, when the United Nations peacekeepers came to Liberia, they started the process called the DDRR. DDRR stands for disarmament, demobilization, rehabilitation, and reintegration. So they said the first thing, we should get involved with disarmament. We should disarm all faction. Because the armed forces at that time was still to do, but were not fully dissolved yet, but they were not counting on them. were counting on the United Nations peacekeepers and ECOMOG, let's say ECOMOG at the time, and other people to help stabilize things, especially during our civil war and things. So, of recent, during the disarmament time, when UN was around, so they started the DDR process. So, like I mentioned before, if I didn't say that, around the 1990 time, when the civil war was heated, ECOMOG, there were ECOMOG soldiers from Nigeria, from Ghana, from other countries came in to Liberia to help enforce peace. So ECOMOG time, that was peace enforcement. So peacekeeping, peace mission involves several stages. And this is information other people need to have and need to know. There are several stages of peace UN peace mission. So there's something called peace enforcement. If there's no peace, you can't keep it. You got to first enforce the peace. When the peace is established, then you can keep the peace. So Liberia, by the 1990s, there was peace enforcement. They're forcing you to keep the peace, to establish the peace, and then before peace enforcement can start. Yes. So the DDR process went on. Warring factions, Malaysia's group, all of them became, they went through the process. They went through the disarmament process. They were demobilized. They were rehabilitated. And then for the reintegration part of it, a lot of people complain that the reintegration was not properly done. But according to what was on the paper, that was what it was intended for. And our record has indicated that in the history of peacekeeping, Liberia recorded one of the most successful disarmament process. According to the report, 98% of the weapons, arms, and ammunitions were recovered. And it was burned. It was destroyed. Yes, it was destroyed. So history has shown that we had a successful disarmament process. Yes. So that was just some of the things. I mean, I'm on live. If you can, people are calling. If you can just stop calling, we'll open the line for people to call in. Yes, please. I'll open the line for people to call in. Yes. So that was it for the disarmament for the DDR process, and then and like I said, the reason for this disbandment of the armed forces was for the armed forces were ethnically politicized. There were a lot of ethnic groups. So the Loma soldiers said they will go protect the Loma people. The Kisi soldiers said they will protect the Kisi people, and everybody. It was really fragmented. It was really fragmented. So because of that, and then it was also militarized. So people begin to use portion of the army to their own self, for their own self-gain and self-aggrandizement, which was not good. That was one of the reasons, some of the reasons why the armed forces was disbanded. After the disbandment, so we come to the establishment of the new armed forces, which is our major topic for today, the establishment of the new armed forces. So there was something called the Liberia National Defense Act of 2008. So the act set the framework for the establishment of the new AFL. So the new AFL was established, and it was divided into three segments, what people refer to as branches, but it is let's say separated but conjoined. If you understand what I'm saying. So we have the Army, we have the Coast Guard, and we have the Air Wing. According to the new National Defense Act, those are the three branches that are supposed to be established under the new National Defense Act. The Army, which is already established, the Coast Guard, which is already established, and then the Air Wing, which is supposed to be established but yet to be established. And I would deeper into those three branches, and I will tell you what happened unfolding, and I will also let you know, provide some recommendations to the president and commander-in-chief, to policymakers that can help in strengthening our force for good. And then, so just for some information on the new armed forces of Liberia. So as part of the process, the new armed forces of Liberia first defense minister was Honorable Brandon J. Samukai. Brandon J. Samukai served as the first defense minister for the new armed forces of Liberia, for the new Ministry of National Defense. Yeah, in short. I will get deep into Honorable Samukai, his contribution, his role, and what happened, some of his shortfall and his shortcomings. We will dig deep into those things. Like I said, it's not going to be sugar-coated. It's not going to be funny. We're going to say it as it appears. We're going to say it as it is. People are not going to like it, but we're not on their payroll. Our eating pay are not to their houses. They don't pay our rent. We will provide it just the way the Liberian people need the information. So, and then we had the armed forces. Okay, just a little background to this. When the armed forces were disbanded, we had almost like, when they established a new one, we had almost like 0 member. That's a 0 member. So when they decided to form the new armed forces, there should be someone in charge. There should be someone in charge. So the minister is there. We should have an officer in charge of the armed forces. So a part of the Accra Peace Accord, it was agreed upon that one of these African countries will send us an officer that will be in charge of the armed forces of Liberia, that will see it through its establishment, yes, and through its progress. So one of the countries that volunteered to send an officer that was in charge of the armed forces of the new AFL was Nigeria. And the officer they sent was Major General Suraj Abdul Rahman. Major General Suraj Abdul Rahman. And his title is referred to as command officer in charge, not chief of staff. A lot of people get it wrong. Command officer in charge is a little bit different from chief of staff, although they play the same role, the same function. But according to our constitution, a foreigner cannot be our chief of staff. And he was a foreigner, so the unique nomenclature for him and the name and other stuff was command officer in charge. So he was the command officer in charge at the time of the establishment. And then fast forward, it came to we came to the recruitment of the new soldiers and officers for the armed forces, and that was done. The recruitment process were oversaw by 2 groups, Dan Corp and PA and E. It's called them PA. People can just say PAE. It's PA and E. So they combined it in total. They was contracted to train. From the initial agreement, they were contracted to train 4,000 active duty personnel. But instead, I don't know what happened along the way, they were only able to train 2,000 active duty personnel. So that came about from the first batch, which we refer to as first class in Liberia. So the first class of the AFL went for training, and then the first class, they commenced training in July of 2006, and then they graduated November 6, 2006. That was when the first batch, or you call the first class of members of the new AFL graduated. And in total, there were 106 soldiers that completed their initial entry training, which we call the RET. So the RET was 106 soldiers that completed that. Please, as the live is going on, please give your comment. I'm seeing your comment. Give us your thought on what we can do, to improve on the thing. Someone said I am speaking fast. Please let me know. These comments are going to help. So someone wants me to slow down. I'm going to slow down on the way I speak. I think that will help. Thank you, Mr. Badio, for your recommendation. I am going to follow that. So the first batch of the Armed Forces of Liberia, the first class, were 106 soldiers that completed their initial entry training. And then fast forward, these soldiers grow, some of them became commissioned into officers. And the training lasted for 3 months, basically. 3 months training for the first batch. 3 months. I can promise you, from my knowledge of military administration and my knowledge of and my training from the Nigerian Defense Academy, I can assure you that 3 months is not sufficient to train an effective soldiers. It's not sufficient. People want to compare it to America and other places. America has all of the infrastructure development. They have all of the architectural design to have a crash program. Liberia don't. The great Nigeria, which is referred to as one of Africa's superpower, Ghana and other places, they train their soldiers for at least 6 months, not 3 months. It's not sufficient. We understand, maybe that was the first set, but we hope that the armed forces can, right now, can improve some of those things for a better result. We're not saying that our people are not well trained, but from a global perspective, 3 months is not sufficient to train, especially at that time we had soldiers and officers doing basic training together, which is absolutely wrong. In modern warfare, dated back from the 60s to the 70s, you can't train a soldier and an officer together. Other countries have defense academy. Other countries have defense institute. Other countries have, like the United States, they have West Point, where they train their officers. They have USAFA, that is the United States Air Force Academy, where they train their Air Force officers. And they also have Annapolis, where they train the Navy officers. So officers are trained, should be trained separately from soldiers. And I will tell you some of the reasons why in my training from the Nigerian Defense Academy. So as part of the new armed forces establishment, there were so many contributions, so many recommendations from other countries. A lot of other African countries, especially Nigeria, play a very, very significant role in bringing the armed forces to what it is today. So the armed forces, the Nigerian armed forces, through some bilateral agreement in the new armed forces of Liberia, agreed to train 15 officers, in the Nigerian Defense Academy. And for your information, Nigerian Defense Academy is one of the premier military universities and defense academy in Africa. They are one of the best. Nigerian Defense Academy have produced tons and tons of officers that have withstood the test of time, that have contributed to global peace. Nigerian Defense Academy have brought to book a lot of reputable names in the likes of President Tijani Babangida, President Olusegun Obasanjo, President Muhammadu Buhari. Those are great President Sani Abacha, great leaders that today history can remember. And they have also trained great Africans around the world that have become president in their country today. So the Nigerian Defense Academy is one of the outstanding military universities and academy that Africa can boast of. Yes, Africa can boast of this academy. When you see me looking left and right, I'm monitoring the Facebook stream. I'm looking at my Facebook. I'm also looking at YouTube, trying to follow comments and following the recommendations from people on here. Yeah, so That is, I will deep dive into the Nigerian Defense Academy and give you more insight. But those are schools that were great. So they opted in to provide training for 15 officers, of which I was privileged. That's a rare privilege. I was privileged to form part and parcel of that history. That was the first time for a Liberian to have ever attended the Nigerian Defense Academy since its establishment in the 60s, in the 1960s. That was the first time Liberian went there to school and for training. And the selection process went on. Instead of 15, because the process was very rigorous, it was very, very challenging. Instead of 15, they were not even able to get 15. They went through the whole vetting process. I will deep into that. Let me give you the summary of this first, and then I will jump into the Nigerian Defense Academy before we can go on to the modern AFL leadership. So the first batch graduated, and we have 106 personnel, and then some of those personnel became commissioned as officer, and some of those officers for the first class of first batch we have today, Major General Prince Johnson retired. He was member of the first batch. Major General Zianka retired. Let me say Zianka first because Zianka was promoted before Prince Johnson. He was member of the first class. We had Minister Geraldine George. I forgot her last name. Forgive me, ma'am. I forgot the last name. I heard you got married. Yes, but Geraldine George, Brigadier General Geraldine George retired. She's the current current defense minister of Liberia. She was member of the first class. We have Major General Follett, that is the current chief of staff, were also part of the first class. There were a lot of other officers that were part of the first class. There were not many. I don't want to name all of them to bog you with the time, but those are key people that have made headways already. Those are some of the names that I'm providing you with that information. Please, as the live is ongoing, please share the live, like our page, subscribe to our pages on YouTube and Facebook. The live is being on both, it's been viewed both on Facebook and our YouTube channel. Our Facebook page is Liberian Voices Unfiltered. You can go there, you can follow the page, you can subscribe to the page, you can like it, you can leave a comment. We will appreciate that. And our YouTube page is also called Liberian Voices Unfiltered. So you can also follow our YouTube pages, our YouTube page and our Facebook page. So let me talk a little bit about the Liberia New Armed Forces involvement into peacekeeping missions around the world. So the Armed Forces of Liberia, right now, the new AFL, as compared to the previous AFL, we have, look at, even when you see the structure, how many battalions we had, how many brigades. We got one infantry brigade. We got one brigade. As compared to the previous administration, previous AFL, that had a couple of brigades and a lot of battalions. And what would interest you was that the population at that time was only 2 million people. They had up to 6,300 soldiers to defend the territorial integrity of Liberia, to defend the sovereignty of Liberia. Today, we have almost 6 million people, 5 going to 6 million people. Our armed forces strength is under 2,000. We're going to talk more about that. That should not be the case. We should be progressing other than regressing. That's a complete regression. We can't, in the new Asian stage, there are a lot of progress. The government needs to do better for the armed forces. But we'll get into that when I get off script. Now I'm really on script. So, like I said, the new AFL were involved in the peacekeeping mission, and they have gone for peacekeeping mission in Mali, in Sudan and South Sudan. As you may know, there is a Sudan and there's a South Sudan. Some of these missions we carry troops. Some of the missions we serve as observers for the mission. Observer means you have officers that participated in the observing mission that went there to help guard the troops. Not every one of them would take troop to, but some of them would take troop to them. So like I said, the number of the strength of the armed forces of Liberia, plus or minus 2,000, that is something that we should be ashamed of ourselves for. That number does not reflect the population. They don't reflect the population. And I'm going to talk more about that. And then the current population of Liberia is 5.2 million people. That is based on the 2022 census. So 2022, we were 5.2 million. Today, we are more than that number. And we have strength of under 2,000 people. This show is intended to provide enlightenment to Liberians, to let them know what we are confronted with, the challenges that the armed forces are facing. We're going to outline some of them. Our soldiers, our officers, their hands are tied. They cannot speak truth to power like the way I'm doing. I'm an ex-service personnel. I can talk. I'm a civilian now. I can speak. And then, I know I should not compromise national security, and which, of course, I'm aware of that. But every country around the world have their posted strength of military. If you Google the American military posted strength, it will tell you how many personnel is there. So the number of personnel you have approximately is not breaching national security. I can say that for a fact. It does not breach national security. And then, so the current armed forces of Liberia is grouped into. We have the headquarters, which is currently located at the Barclay Training Center. That's the headquarters of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And then we also have the 23rd Infantry Brigade. The 23rd Infantry Brigade is located at the Camp Shefflin military barracks. And then the 23rd Infantry Brigade is divided into two battalions, 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion. And then we also have the Liberian Coast Guard. The Liberian Coast Guard that is located on the Coast Guard base somewhere on the Bourgeois Island. There, that's where that's the headquarters of the Liberian Coast Guard. And then another component that the armed forces of the new national defense are provided was the establishment of the air wing. So the air wing was supposed to be established by the same act that created the Armed Forces of Liberia, the Coast Guard. But today, I don't know what our politicians are doing, if they are playing games or does not have the country interest at heart, or they don't want to do the right thing. They prefer putting the monies into their pockets and enriching themselves and their family. Today, your armed forces does not have the air wing, which is a shame. Our neighbors, country that we help to give birth to, country that we help to give them independence, they are far off and better for the armed forces. Our armed forces is stagnated because of too many political influence. Our armed forces are not making progress. The soldiers and officers cannot say this because they are subject to the UCMJ. They cannot provide this information because they are somebody somewhere going to prosecute them. That's why they can't see it. So we as ex-service personnel, we should be able to provide those information to policies maker so they can wake up from their slumber, so they can wake up and look at the Armed Forces of Liberia as the pedal that is holding Liberia's sovereignty, as the pillow that is holding Liberia peace and progress, that is stopping other countries from annexing and deterring us from making other insurgents to take over our land. It's the armed forces of Liberia that we are depending on, and other security apparatus. If you are making decisions and you don't put the security of Liberia first, my brother, you are doing injustice to your generations to come. So before I go on strip and begin to talk about the new armed forces, I don't want to go on strip about the new armed forces because I was a member of it, and I got a lot of insight on what has been ongoing. So I don't need to be reading script for that. It's something that I can say of head. So the armed forces of Liberia, the new armed forces, like I said, anything I talk about now is the new armed forces. In the establishment of the new armed forces from 2006, there were a lot of missteps. Those missteps are currently affecting the armed forces today. We say a force for good. A force for good. When you see soldiers wearing uniform and are moving around the city, looking nice, looking beautiful, looking handsome, you think all is well. All is not well with our troop. Mr. President, all is not well with your troop. This message, this section of this message is designed to provide you with information, Mr. President. You are the president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. I'm requesting you to pay attention to your armed forces. Pay attention to your troop. If you don't pay attention to your troop, look at your neighbors. See what happened in Guinea. Look at other countries around the world. See what's happening. Those coups and counter coups are happening. I'm not, like I said, I will set a disclaimer. I am not encouraging any coup. I'm a civil man. I like peace. I like progress. We are encouraging everyone, not anyone to pick up arms against the government. No, we are not encouraging that. We are encouraging everyone to do their job. But Mr. President, there is something called duty and there is something called responsibility. It is the duty of the armed forces of Liberia to guard and protect the sovereignty of Liberia by land, by sea, and by air. Those three areas, the armed forces supposed to provide their cardinal role of providing security and protecting the sovereignty by land, sea, and air. Why it is the duty of them to do it? It is the responsibility of government to provide them the tool, the necessary tool that they need to implement their duties and functions. Those tools must be provided. You cannot tell a carpenter to build a house if you don't give him nail and hammer. How is he going to work? How is he going to work? You think the troops are happy, they are not happy. There is something called passive resistance. There is something called passive resistance, Mr. President. You don't want your troop to passively resist you. And when things become, they say, abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. Abundance of the mind, action takes place. We don't want to see Liberia going back in the dark days. There have been progress made in the political landscape. There have been progress made in various landscapes, in various sectors in Liberia. We want to see those progress being continued, Mr. President. We want to see these things going on as planned. But if your troops are disenchanted, if your troops are not happy, things will not go on. I will get deep into that. Let me move back a little bit on the peace process. I mean, on the new AFL, where officers were sent to Nigeria for training, as I was saying earlier. So I was one of the privileged few that was selected and vetted to send for training in Nigeria. So according to the agreement, we were supposed to be 15 officers selected and vetted to be sent to Nigeria for training. We were supposed to be 15. I think there was around 10 or 11. That was way back in 2006, right after high school, when I graduated from high school, fresh and ready, when we went for that engagement, fresh and ready. In our subsequent show on the armed forces, I will bring you some of those pictures when we were vetted and to go to the Nigerian Defense Academy. I'll show you some of those pictures, how we were looking skinny, and when men were boys when we went to the academy for training. So during the process, because it was very rigorous, Nigeria had a strict guideline for the academy. You must meet the requirement before you can be selected to go for your program, regardless of which country you are from. Whether you are Nigerian, you are Ghanaian, or you are anything, you must go through the process. You must meet it before you can enter the academy. That's how strict the university was. So during the vetting process, when they selected, and that process was very, very, it was my first time to see a very transparent process in Liberia. Our vetting process was very, very rigorous and transparent. Honorable Brandon Samukai was fully in charge of the process. I mean, he vetted us directly, one-on-one. You will sit and have a discussion with the minister. The deputy, it was a whole panel, the ECOWAS team, everyone. Imagine fresh from high school, you're a little bit confused and you don't have bearing and other stuff, but you are sitting in front of a high-profile dignitary, good high-profile people to provide them information when they're asking you. So it was tough, it was rigorous, but it was fair, free, fair, and transparent. So it was fair and transparent to the extent that they could not get 15 cadets. They could not recruit 15 cadets because a lot of, when the process started, we were over 300 to 400 that applied. On the first day, when we went to BDC, when you see the place was full. I mean, a lot of people, over 300 young Liberians applied for that process in 2006. Yes, young Liberians applied for that process. But the process was rigorous, like I said. You had to do physical. You had to do a medical. There were so many tests you had to go through. Because of that, out of the 300 to 400 people who were only, I think, 9 or 10 that were selected for to go to the Nigerian Defense Academy. See how rigorous that was. From 300 to 400 people, other people were trapped out of the process because they might have lied on some of their credentials. They could not make the aptitude test. They could not pass medical. They could not pass the physical. So we that made it that far, we were physically fit, mentally upright, and we were prepared to go for that training. And then we took oath and went to Nigeria for training. Like I said, there were several missteps along the way. Some of those missteps was one. When we were selected, and like I said, in my next podcast, I'm going to be showing you pictorial evidence of what I'm talking about. Like the oath that we took, you see the oath. And then how much money was approved was we signed how much money that will be given monthly. Sometimes our government are not serious. Our policies maker, I don't know which side or the bed they can sleep on to wake up in the morning sometimes to make some decision. That decision can be so dumb. That decision can be so misguided. So the wrong outcome can come. Imagine young group of people, young group of boys going to Nigeria for training. The government say on our signature page that they will be paying us $35 per month. Yeah, listen, $35. You sending soldiers in a foreign country for 5 years, 5 unbroken years for military training. You say you pay them $35 a month. What a shame. What a disgrace. That was a very huge mistake. When we got to Nigeria, we were stranded. The academy will provide you some things, but some things you have to provide it for yourself. And besides, the Nigerian Defense Academy provide allowances to their officers. They provide allowances to their officers. To their officers cadet that were on training. When we got to Nigeria, we are not Nigerian. And those things are passed in their national budget. We were not captured in their budget. So when we got there, we were going to Liberia, how much did they give us? We were going to Nigeria, how much did they give us? $150. You sent off your soldiers. You sent up your troop, your men, into a foreign country for 5 years. 5 years of our youthful lives. And you gave us $150. That was, according to them, our DSA. And it was not even because 5 years. How can you call that DSA? They said traveling allowance, $150 for how many years? Yes. That is insane. If that is not the peak of craziness, then I don't know why it is. I don't know what can be beyond that. And Brandon Samuka, in his wisdom as Minister of National Defense, in his understanding, we heard that he went to West Point, that went through some training in West Point. That's what we heard. The records are not clear. I don't know if it is true or not. I will make some research into that. That went through some of those things that people who him are held a high esteem, put pen to paper and say you pay an officer cadet $35 monthly while we are on training. Fast forward, when we got to Nigeria, we were stranded. The 150 could not even settle us down for anything. The money was done. We begin to call family, friends, relatives, and loved ones all over to help us. We were stranded. We were stranded. Very, very, very stranded. So when we got there, we decided to take some initiatives. We said that, but when we leave, we're not going to make it. When we stay here and follow the people, we're not going to make it. We decided to seek an audience with the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy. When you go to the school as cadet, they refer to you as clown. You confuse. Look, it is a military institution where sleep is never among the priority. It's not there. You'll be deprived of sleep for several days, several weeks. You can't sleep. And we were doing both academics and we're doing both military at the same time, concomitantly. It was being done. It was very, very tough. And I'm telling you, within 2 months, less than 2 months, the second week, some of our colleagues that went, they said they can't make it. They can't make it. They insisted, and the Nigerian government had to send them back home. They said they can't make the training. They could not make it. They sent them back home. We that completed our training were about 8. God took us through the training, and we graduated successfully and got our presidential commissioning. So when we got to Nigeria, it was a battle how to get allowances. We need laptop computer to do our work. That's an academic institution and a military institution. There are 2 combined institutions. We don't have anything. Nothing was provided. $150 with a $35 allowance a month. $35 allowance is you guys know what $35 is. I don't need to talk more about that. It was bad. When we had the meeting with the government, the authority of the Nigerian Defense Academy, the commandant was angry. The commandant at the time was Major General Yarima. I said to be correct, Yarima. He was angry. He said, how can your government send you out to be strangulated? In fact, even to the airport, our flight, we had issue with the flight. We had to sleep to the airport. We slept on the floors of the airport. And that is another story that we'll get in. We were strangulated. We suffered. The commandant was like, say, how can the government send you guys to Nigeria, to a foreign country? Where's the money they gave you? When we sending our cadet out, the commandant told us, because in the academy, in the first year, those cadets that does well, okay, that can do well in the various services, because it is a tri-service institution. They train both Army, Navy, and Air Force all combined in the academy. They have various wings: the Army wing, the Air Force wing, and the Naval wing. where people can be branched into the various branches. The commandant said to us, if we are sending our cadet, our first year cadet that have done well, when we send them out to the academy, we send them out with nothing less than 50,000 United States dollars. You cannot go and hang your people out to dry. You can't do that. The commandant was angry. The commandant took his phone. Luckily, they were generous, so they knew each other. He took a phone and called Major General Surah Abdurrahman. He called, and then the MA found the number for Abdurrahman in Liberia, the command officer in charge. He called General Abdurrahman, even though Abdurrahman was a senior. He told him, sir, I have your boys there in my office. Sir, your boys are not okay. Your boys are not doing well. Not from the training wise, but your boys are demoralized. Sir, you send these boys here with $150 Augusta. Abdurrahman was confused. He didn't even know what to say. He was embarrassed. I don't blame Abdurrahman. I will blame Brandon Samuka, that was the Minister of National Defense. That ought to know better. That ought to know better. The general told him, say, sir, your boys will start school tomorrow. They need computers. You know, you've been here before, sir. You know how you like. When cadets come to the academy, in the first 3 months, even the Nigerian cadets that go to the academy, in the first 3 months, they cannot receive allowance. They depend on their parents to make them survive. And the academy is a rigorous place. It's a tough place. It's a place that your seniors is intended to make you to go through the hurdles. Seniors will not allow you to sleep. Seniors will deprive you of meal. Food is there in abundance, but it's part of the training. For weeks, for months, I can't remember when last we went into the cadet mess to eat. When you go in that mess, well, I send you in that mess to eat. You go and tell your personal goal if you survive it. When we started training, the school was so rigorous to the extent that so officers cadet were up to 200 before the first 3 months. More than 75 to 80 cadets have left, have ran away from the academy. It was tough. People that have gone to the academy will know what I'm talking about. It's not your boarding school. Defense Academy is not your boarding school. It's about survival. It's about you being able to stand the rigorousness. Seniors will humiliate you. Seniors will flock you. Sorry for my French. Who are you going to tell? You're going to tell the commandant? The commandant went through the same thing. You're going to tell the battalion commander? He went through the same thing. Who are you going to tell? Which officer? All of them went through the same things. And they survived. We went through the hurdles. So at the end of the day, Abdurrahman said, the general said, General Abdurrahman said, okay, you know what? Sir, he said, Yarima, I'm sorry. There was just some logistical issue, but we are going to solve it. All of a sudden, we saw somebody come from the embassy in a couple of weeks and brought us laptop for our training. Something that we should have had from the very beginning. Brandon Samuka, in his wisdom and in his understanding that Liberian claim that he has, the Liberian look at him to be an hostile man, he could not make that decision from the get-go. The next challenge was allowance. The general told you, sir, your boys told me you gave them $35 for allowance. Okay, sir. Sir, you know $35 cannot make them to survive, yeah? $35 cannot help them in any way. He said, okay, I will have to talk with the minister. You know how he work here, we got to do. And you know, he just out of shame just to do it. But that thing did not change. We pleaded with the commandant. Commandant said he has to write an official letter to the Ministry of National, to their headquarters, Ministry of National Defense, so that they can include us on the list of their cadets, so that we can be receiving allowance, monthly allowance. Because they know, they are aware that cadets cannot survive in the academy based on the mess, on where the food is being prepared. The food is good, the food is enough, but the training is designed for you not to eat, for you to go through hunger. The way you survive, you are on your own. They intend to make you tough. You see how Nigerian soldiers, Nigerian officers behave. They go through training, rough training, the real African training. I'm not telling you American boot camp. I'm not telling you 3 months of training that other people had and became officer today. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm telling you about 5 years of rigorous training that have had impact on our lives today, that have affected our lives today, that today we cannot lose the bearing that we have. We are trained to manage military administration. We are trained to manage men and resources. Everything is within us. So we went through those things. Fast forward, Nigerian government felt sorry for us and included us on among their cadets and started giving us allowance. It might interest you to know, as officer cadets at that time in the Nigerian Defense Academy, cadets were receiving 35 to 40,000 naira. At that time, when you equivalent it, is more than $200. More than 200. I'm talking about 2006. And that was not all. That was not all. That 35 to 40,000, that was the one the cadet received in cash. So they decided, the government in their wisdom were actually giving cadets $50,000 a month, 50,000 naira a month. That was around almost $300 to $400 a month that a cadet will receive as allowance. Even though they give them food, they give them everything is there. That was the allowance cadet were receiving. Because they know you can't survive on the food in there. You have to go and buy boye that gari, when you gari, famion, with Grampy. Nigerian men call it kuli kuli. Those are things that were surviving on. With Indomie, what you call noodles. When we're going for boot exercise, we'll get the noodles in our pack, we'll put it in our pocket, we'll eat it raw. We'll take the sauce, we'll empty it out while we're walking. It's about survival, it's about training. And today we are tough. We can withstand any terrain. We can withstand any environment. So they were giving other allowance. Nigeria, a country that we are not going to defend, a country that we're not going to serve, we're giving us that. While our country was giving us $35. Samukwa could not revise it. We stay in the academy for 2 years in our 3rd year. That's when they say they agreed to give us sergeant pay. They said sergeant pay was $150. You know who's a sergeant? Do you know who a sergeant is in the army? You pay a sergeant $150. That's a shame. Today our sergeant made a little over that, maybe 200 or something, but that is still a disgrace. When lawmakers are making up to $10,000, $15,000 per month, you pay our troop. The lawmakers are riding those big cars simply because soldiers are awake. The lawmakers are having their sections simply because police, immigration, the army and custom officers are awake and keeping duty for them. They cannot seek the interest of the security sector. They can't, Mr. President. And you are the commander-in-chief. If you don't take care of a troop, they won't take care of you. Your troop needs they need change. Your troop need to be taken care of. They need to be taken care of. Today, we don't have the air wing. Why? Is it political? Is it something that we don't need? We have a Coast Guard that is barely functional. I will speak more to the Coast Guard because I serve the Coast Guard. So in the academy, when we were chosen to go to the academy, we were chosen based on various departments. So originally, it was myself and Captain Salif. Captain Salif is one of our pilots, which I'm going to delve deep into, that the armed forces of Liberia abandoned in America when he came for training. I'm going to talk more about that, about Captain Salif. Captain Salif and I were selected as pilot to go and train as pilot for the armed forces of Liberia. Other guys were selected, Boyman Sharif, and Stephen Kamara was selected as a Navy officer to go and train as a Navy officer. Even though Liberia does not have Coast Guard, Army does not have Navy, but you have people that are Navy officer trained. That's a privilege. That's a rare privilege you have. They are trained as naval officers. And then the rest of the other guys, Captain Dolo, Kamara, Eastman, Captain Major, now they are Major Dolo, Major Eastman, Lieutenant Commander, and the rest of the guys, Lieutenant Commander Kanswa, Lieutenant Commander Peewee, Aliyu Kamara, all the guys were in the army. They were originally trained to be in the army. They were trained for the army section of it. The armed forces comprise of Army, Navy, Air Force, like Liberia has, Army, Coast Guard, and then the Air Wing. But they are all referred to as the armed forces. The ranks, they have the ranks and the equivalents are there. If you are this rank in the army, you have the equivalent in the Navy, you have the equivalent in the Air Force. So we were there. Everything went on. But when we separated our first year, everybody would be together. First year, everybody would do army training. Army, go to bush, do everything. Is complete 100% army. Because the army is the background. The army is the backbone of the military. The army is the backbone. So we all had to do the army training. Map navigation, net navigation, map training, map reading. We have to do all. Because at the end of the day, when your aircraft messed up, you get on the ground, you have to navigate your way through. At the end of the day, when your ship get grounded and then you have to swim to the shore, you have to use the army technique to survive. So the army is the mother. Just to say the infantry of the army is the queen of the army. So when we went there, after our first year of training was separated into various branches because they want you to start knowing your stuff. Those that are in the army go to army wing, we that are in the Air Force went to Air Force wing at the time, and those that are in the Navy went to naval wing. So when we went through the Air Force thing, 1-2 in terms of height, in terms of height test and other thing, man, I told them, I said, I can't make it. My height, I got severe fear of height. I didn't know that. Severe fear of height. Even up to today, when I'm driving and there's a high bridge, I'm shivering. My wife knows that. I shiver a lot. I don't like driving on a high. I don't like height. That's why I don't like riding airplane. I've flown airplane a lot, but I don't like airplane. It make me, I would never be comfortable. Even when the flight is 15 hours, I would never sleep in that thing. I don't know why. I just have natural fear of height. And according to research, it says that people with O plus blood have some fear of height. And I think I'm no less in that direction. So after all of those things, we graduated. We came back. We spent 5 unbroken years in training. Upon our graduation, we were commissioned by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president, through President Goodluck Jonathan. Because President Sirleaf could not go, she sent a note verbal authorizing President Goodluck Jonathan to commission us on her behalf. And that letter was read during the commissioning ceremony. Because it is there are some responsibility that must be handled by the president himself. So the president can only dedicate that responsibility to another president to help them get it done. They can't dedicate it to a vice president. Some responsibility cannot be dedicated like that. So we were commissioned to the rank of first lieutenant in the Army, sub-lieutenant in the Navy, and flight lieutenant in the Air Force. Because we spent 5 years, they could not give us second lieutenant. They could not give us what you call ensign. Ensign in the Navy, in the Coast Guard is called second lieutenant. They could not give us that. We spent 5 years. So we were given first lieutenant, we were given sub-lieutenant, and then we were given flight lieutenant. When we came back to Liberia, That was another nightmare for us. Another nightmare for us. Officers that were in charge. At that time, Surah Abdulrahman was about to leave. The command officer was about to leave, and he was going to hand over authority to Major General Zianka. He was about to turn over to Major General Zianka. So, Zianka, when we got there, man, the officer said, the first thing they started calling all Nigerian officers. The Nigerian officer, then they think they know more. The Nigerian officer, then they think they know better. You can see that fuse. You can see that inferiority complex. They know we had the substance to transform the armed forces. That was why we were sent there. When we came back, see envy, see jealousy. They say it can't happen. We cannot wear for lieutenant rank. We have to go back to second lieutenant rank. Abdulrahman told them, say, but these people spent 5 years. You guys spent 3 months. You guys spent 3 months. A couple of days, or 4 months, or 5 months to become officer. These people spend 5 years. When you spend 3 months, you become sergeant lieutenant. They may not spend. How long you think the man should handle rank? It was a serious confusion. All of them say it can happen. All of them rebel against us. They say it can happen. Abdulrahman, may his soul rest in peace. He called us to the office. He said, look, gentlemen, this is the paper on my desk. I can sign it. You guys will be second. You guys will be first lieutenant. You'll hang your rank that you're supposed to hang. But Monday, I'm leaving from here. Monday, I'm turning command over. Those same guys that are telling you guys no, they're the same guys that are going to be in charge of the AFL. Tomorrow, Monday, this morning, I'm telling you about. I know you guys merit that rank. I know you guys earned it. Far better than people that went for 3 months training and got double promotion. I will come to that part. There are officers in the armed forces that got double promotion like junior high school. It never done in any armed forces. Only armed forces of Liberia, you see that, where officers get double promotion. He told us, I am appealing to you. Wear your second lieutenant rank. They will promote you when they want to promote you. But he told us one thing. He said, look, I have worked here for almost 6 to 12 years. It is going to be challenging for you guys that came from Nigeria. They are going to envy you. Every little thing you do, they're going to reprimand you. Every small thing that happens, they're going to take it serious. Things that other people will do, they will let it slide, they will take it serious. They envy you because they know you guys are built to run the armed forces in the future. That was the advice he gave us before he retired. Those guys cut down our rank from first lieutenant. They brought it down. Zianka, Major General Zianka, was there. Was the one. Major General Prince Johnson, Brigadier General Jamarin George. They were the one. Very, very, very envious. My colleagues are still in the armed forces. If you like, go after them. But I know you can't do that. President Barker will not let you to do that. If you like, go after them. I'm a civilian. I'm talking truth to power. Whether you like it or not. I will say it. And you can do nothing to me. So, we went in and started working. When I got to my unit, I was appointed to the Coast Guard as the training and planning officer for the Coast Guard. When we go for staff meeting, we did military administration. We know how an armed force is supposed to function. This is something that we did for 12 unbroken years. We know how a military is supposed to be structured. We know how soldier welfare is supposed to be met. We know how officers are supposed to be treated. We know all of these things. When we come out with recommendation, man, in the media can say, that's not how we can do it, yo. That's not how we can do it yet. You don't bring your Nigerian mentality yet. None of our suggestions were accepted. The play became toxic. It became boring. And it became unsafe for some of us. The progress was stalled. We could not even get promoted. After we should have hanged first lieutenant, you deny us. It took more than 1 year and a half. No promotion came up. We were not still being promoted. That is the kind of stagnation that we're going through. But I will tell you today, those same people that were holding our progress, they were getting double promotion. They were moving up like catapult, like you put rubber going so and shooting. How they were climbing the ranks, something like Boy Scout. Today, you get Major General Ziankan retired. How long does he stay in the armed forces? From 2006, when did he retire? Even up to today, if you were staying in the armed forces, in other countries that people went through the academy, well-meaning training officer that has a structured military, they will be at the rank of senior colonel, not major general. But they promoted them fast because they said they needed to fill the gap. Those speedy promotion brings gap. It brought a lot of gap. There is something called timing grade. Your timing grade and your posting determine how well you get to understand the military, well you get to understand your command, your people. But if they're promoting you fast, they promote you this week. In 2 weeks, they promote you. Who you think? What did you learn from the first rank? What did you learn? Today we have a troop of under 2,000 men, but you have a major general commanding that troop. Are you see? A 2,000 troop is it not like a plus amount of company? Or battalion size? It's not even a brigade size. It's a battalion size. Plus or minus. But we got major generals. They climb the rank so fast. General Prince Johnson, Geraldine George, that didn't want to see progress of us. They climbed that rank so fast that no one could even imagine. They became generals like yesterday. And those are generals who tell you that have not even quieted down riots. But they were generals. Riot, they could not even quiet down. They don't have no history of quieting riots. Talk less of going to war. Some of them participated in few peacekeeping missions as observer. Observer, you're not even a troop. You sit down way up there, you're in an area that the war is not even taking place. So you got zero experience. Sometimes they say time in the service, time in grade can help you get experience. But how long you spend in the military? How long did they spend? Short time. But they were major general. And I heard they were advocating for lieutenant general. Are you kidding me? For 200 men? Or not 2,000 men? You think it just rank? Those ranks comes with responsibility. And that is why you learn when you go to the academy. That's why you learn when you graduate from the defense academy. You learn military administration. That every rank, every position comes with certain responsibility. It comes with all those things. So if you don't understand it, you think it's just to give you rank. You want major general, you want the one you be moving up in the name of being on par with your counterpart. Do you know how much men your counterpart control? Do you know how much resources your counterpart control? Do you know how many equipment your counterpart control? But today, our people are advocating. They're advocating for more ranks. They want higher rank, lieutenant general. You know what lieutenant general is? Do you have any idea what lieutenant general is? Like I said, there are stooges that are going to come after me, but I'm prepared for them like yesterday. I will say this show is intended to provide information raw. I'm not saying our armed forces are not trained, but I'm telling you today, our armed forces is not adequately equipped and prepared to handle any form of insurgency, either from within or external. Our armed forces do not have the strength. They don't have the equipment. They can't make it. I'm hearing of new recruitment. How are they going to recruit? How are they going to recruit? And countries that stand for better things, now that the world is moving to an extent where there is something called peace through strength, and no less than a military patronage in person of Pete Hedges, the American Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, in his recent deliberation with his United States generals, with all the generals. He told them there is something called peace through strength. Your strength can make your people to live in peace. And those things are dated back. Those things are dated back to history. Nations that had great armies saw long-lasting peace and civilization. Those ones with smaller armies were being annexed. Look at Ukraine. It's being annexed by Russia. Look at there is a serious tension in the South China Sea between China and Taiwan. People are annexing other countries. Look at what's happening around you. The military of other countries are disenchanted, and they are taking on state power. Is that why you want us to revert to? Is that the level you want Liberia to go back to after all the years of civil unrest? Why can't you guys pay attention to the military, to the armed forces? When I mean military, I'm calling the name military, but I'm talking about police, army, immigration, all these people. They are part of the armed forces. Why can't you guys pay attention to them? Senators in their budget, they are putting $45,000 for a car. But you have majors, you have captains, you have lieutenant colonels riding motorbike, sitting in keke napep with our ranks on their shoulder. I've never seen that all of the countries I've traveled. Only in Liberia you see the thing happening because our politician does not care for the military. They don't care for the security sector. They see it as something that is not important. Tonight I say I'll be speaking truth to power. Share the light. Bring in soldiers, bring in officers, bring in people that want to join the armed forces. Let them see. Let them see what the armed forces is currently confronted with. Let me show you a little bit here so you can see what I'm talking about. I don't know if this is clear enough. I will open it on the screen. Maybe you guys will be able to see it. Okay, if you can see it, please just give me a thumbs up in the comment section. Just put a thumbs up. You can see the document. Just give me a thumbs up so I can know that you guys are seeing the document live. Can I get a thumbs up in the comment section to know on the Facebook comment section so I can know if the document is being displayed? Can you guys see this document? Just give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you can't see it, just let me know that you can't see it. Just put a thumbs up in the comment section. Anyone that is watching live, there's a document being displayed so you can see it. I'm waiting for the thumbs up before I can, so I can proceed. Please, I need that thumbs up so that I can be able to proceed. Good. So look at the armed forces of Liberia. Look at the budget. Look at the budget for the armed forces of Liberia. In the day and age, where other countries are improving their military, 90% of countries that wants to do well, countries that are developing and moving in the right direction, defense carry the highest amount of money in their budget. Not lawmaker gets 60 $75 million in their budget. What law are they making? What are they doing? Go to the session and make noise, not in the interest of the people, all on social media, creating social media stuff. Someone says it's not clear, okay, but I will just speak to it. So the budget of the armed forces for fiscal year 2024, let me take you by a little bit, was $17.9 million. In fiscal year 2025, was $18.5 million. In this fiscal year, the budget, not fiscal, but calendar year, because we use calendar year now, the budget that has been submitted, the $1.2 billion budget that has been submitted to the national legislature for approval. The AFL, the Armed Forces of Liberia, is allocated $18.2 million, of which $10 million goes toward personnel pay, personnel salary, $10 million. So we're left with eight. Other than that, I mean, sorry, let me say that again. 2026 budget, yes, for compensation, $10.6 million goes towards personnel pay, basic salary. $5.7 million go toward goods and services. That is like operation of the armed forces and other stuff. How much gone? Even the personnel pay $10 million for your troop for whole year in terms of salary and allowances. Soldiers are making $200 and some dollars. Soldiers cannot afford to send their children to school. Don't think about those officers, those big officers, those senior ranking officers that you see every day passing around that have the privileges of speaking to government officials, visiting them, and then getting welfare from them. Those guys are okay. Their salary is not too bad. But then look at our soldiers, our other ranks, our enlisted, our non-commissioned officers. People got 4 children. If they make $250, what can they use to pay their 4 children school fees? What can they use to buy them clothes and do other things for them? Mr. President, that money is not enough. Your troops are disenchanted. They are passively resisting that. They are staying in the barracks. They are looking to see what you will do to help the situation. Look at the schools in the barrack. They put a school there in the name of the Army High School. Go look at the sitting condition in that classroom. Go look at how deplorable that building is. No infrastructure, nothing. The soldiers are trying to survive by training their own children just to go through. But politicians, ministers, deputy ministers, senators, representatives are sending their children to school that worth thousands and thousands of dollars per month. How do you reconcile that? Is that something that you think the armed forces should be pleased about? The soldiers and their officers, you think they should be pleased? You got captains, you got staff sergeant, you got master sergeant riding motorbike. They can't afford to even do car on their pay. Mr. President, you need to take care of your troop. Your troop needs your attention. They allocated $50,000 in this budget for staff training, local staff training. $50,000 for an armed forces staff training, Mr. President. $50,000 for staff training local. And then they advocated, this is the worst one. Listen to the worst one. They advocated $26,000, $26,000 for foreign travel for daily subsistence allowance for the entire armed forces for 1 year. $26,000. What a lawmaker go on vacation with. What a senator go on vacation with. What a representative go to France and enjoy themselves. Go to other country with $26,000. That is why you allocated in the budget for the armed forces for 1 year. How much would a soldier or officer receive when they are going out? That is the reason why we're giving $150 when we're traveling. But when politicians, when you guys that are up there, when you're traveling, you get 5,000, 7,000 DSA, Mr. President. That is the soldier salary for 2 years that you get on 1 day trip. And you think the army should be happy, smiling, and see you doing stuff? You think they're happy? You think when the military sees you walking about, you think they are happy that you are doing that? You think so? I will tell you, they are not happy. Your troops are not happy, Mr. President. Soldiers are still in today's modern day and age. In today's modern day and age, soldiers are still, their soldiers and their wives and children are still taken by in Osa bathroom. In EBK is there, go there, Osa bathroom. Sometimes those soldier wives, they have to wake up early in the morning to take back quickly and go about so that nobody can see them taking my Osa. Because the bathroom not even enough. The bathroom is deployed, they can't even fix it, renovation, nothing. Mr. President, you got to pay attention to your troop. If you cannot hold your troop at heart, they will never hold you at heart. People will be waiting for the right moment to strike. I'm not encouraging it. But you can see around you, the writing is clear. It is clearly written on the wall. And I want you to revert to this live podcast I'm doing today is the 18th. That Lieutenant Sibo retired said this in his podcast. If you don't do the needful, someone will do it for you. Someone will do it for you. We want you, Mr. President, to leave a legacy. You got people in your circle that are advising you that got zero clue on the military. Zero. I heard your national security advisor, Kofi Woos. I don't even know if you're even a member of a vigilante group. I don't know. But he provides you security update. If you're not even a member of a vigilante group talking about being a member of a Boy Scout, no. Then you talk about military. Your national security advisor should be somebody that has the requisite background and experience, not just background, experience, that have first-hand experience, that knows what the soldiers want, that knows what the troop wants. That's the reason why bulk of this blame is on Brandon Samuka. And I say it without fear or favor. I don't care. Today, Brandon Samuka was one of the major reasons why my career ended short. And I will say this in the podcast. I know his stooges and his macroscopic supporters are going to come on the live and come with a rebuttal. I'm waiting for them. Samuka was one of the reasons why my career ended so prematurely. And I will tell the Liberian people that because this show is intended to bring it raw, to make it real, and provide it unfiltered. Let me give you guys a little rundown of my ordeal before I get into the Coast Guard and the Air Wing. When I was privileged, I was one of the, if not the first, Coast Guard officer to have gotten an admission to study, to get my master's degree from the World Maritime University located in Sweden, where I studied maritime law and policy. The Coast Guard enforces maritime law, fishery laws, drug law, immigration law. The Coast Guard is like the police of the sea. We police the sea. We do everything, even including Landsman's rule. Like, for example, you got oil well, the oil drilling that's about to take place. Who's going to police the people? I'm coming to get into that. Who's going to police them? Who's going to know that they're doing the right thing? Is it not the Coast Guard? Do the Coast Guard have equipment to take them up to 200 nautical, up to 150 nautical miles to see what's going on offshore? They don't have it, Mr. President. But I'm coming to that. Let me give you my audio with Brandon Samuka. People think that I got personal, yes, I got personal thing against him because he ended my career short. And I'm not going to let that slide. I'm going to talk about it. Samuka has a sin that he got to pay for. I'm not threatening him. There's a karma, laws of karma. People would, you see how it ended, the election thing ended in Lofa County? That is just the beginning of your sorrow. The thing that you put some of us through. After 5 years of training, 5 years of rigorous training in the Nigerian Defense Academy, you ended my career short. Military is my way of life. You enter it. And I will tell you what happened. When I went to the World Maritime University and I successfully graduated, in fact, even to go for that graduate, to even go to that school, that was not a small battle. It was a constant battle. When I got my admission, I wrote the Armed Forces of Liberia. Imagine the World Maritime University is offering you a fully funded scholarship to go and do your master's degree, where they will pay your entire school fees, handle your accommodation, and give you monthly stipend. The Armed Forces has $0 to pay into it. And the knowledge was very, very peculiar to the Coast Guard operations because I studied maritime law and policy. That's why I did my master's degree in maritime affairs, but I specialized in maritime law and policy. When I got the admission, I took it to my commander. At that time, it was my then commander, Commander Bo, Cephas Bo. He was a lieutenant commander, major equivalent. I took it to Cephas. Sir, I got an admission. Oh, man, thank you. That's a good thing. Oh, I heard about this school. Yeah, it's great. But you have to write the AFL headquarters. I said, I know I already prepared a communication requesting for study leave. When I prepared that communication, I sent it through my commander to the headquarters. The headquarters received the communication. I was following up 1 week, 2 weeks, nothing. After some time, I said, sir, you got to do the thing. I'm getting late for the school. One day, my commander came back with a communication from headquarters. Say, study leave request denied. Major General Ziankan denied my study leave. Something that AFL is not going to pay a dime for. While we're talking about capacity building, while we're talking about adequate training for the armed forces, somebody got a golden scholarship. In the history of Coast Guard, I was the first to have received that scholarship to attend that school. Ziankan denied my request. I said, what? I thought the man was supposed to be giving me accolade for making this kind of bold step in terms of getting the kind of thing. I said, but sir, I need to redress to this. I need to speak to the general himself. He said, my man, I said, sir, you have to do something. You got to try for me. Commander Bo said, okay, I will let the general know that you wish to see him on his denial. So a day was scheduled. I went there, and I didn't meet the general. It was scheduled for me to meet the deputy chief of staff, which was the late Colonel, the late chief of staff. You guys will remember. I forgot her name now. I'll call her name. When we went there, the head of conference, I went to your office. He took all the paper. He put the paper down and looked at it. Eric Dennis. May his soul rest in peace. Colonel Eric Dennis. Colonel Dennis looked at me and said, Sibo, how you got it in? I just I surfed through the internet and through all of connections, I got a scholarship. He said, this scholarship is rare. A few people have gotten it that I know. You are very lucky to have gotten this scholarship. I said, yes, sir. And that's the opportunity. But I'm surprised that the general have denied it. He looked at me and told me, said, Sibo, that my boss, I can't do anything. But if I were you, I will go. He told me clearly, if I were you, I will go. He said, this sitting here was just formality. Just so you know, see you, will not see you, but the general said you're not going. And I can't tell you otherwise. So I said, okay, sir, permission to leave. He said, okay. When I was leaving for fun, like I said, man, so every day used to be a sweet officer, a gentleman, a very nice gentleman. He told me, when I was leaving, he told me, Sibo, come again. I tell him I came back. He said, "Me, you ever had that discussion?" I said, "Me, you know, I didn't even see you there." He said, "Okay, carry on." That was how I left. When I got back, I was disturbed. Why would the armed forces want to deny this knowledge? Why would they want to stop me from going to school? Why do they want to do that? So at the end of the day, I reached out to Dr. McLean. May his soul rest in peace. He was the then Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. I reached out to him through my brother, my late brother, Mr. Amos Sibo. May his soul rest in peace too. He was at that time working with the PDU, the Project Delivery Unit in the President's office. So he was close to Dr. McLean. So I said, but brother, look at what the armed forces is telling me that I can't go to school. He said, what is sound? It is assault. Why would they do that? He said, okay, I will reach out to Dr. McLean. He reached out to Dr. McLean, and Dr. McLean, in return, when he saw the paperwork, everything, he said, what? Why would they deny the man that kind of thing? Dr. McLean, in return, reached out to Brandon Samuka. Samuka, you're denying people from going to school now? The training against scholarship, you want to go? Oh, Dada, I don't know what you're talking about. And to be honest, like I said, I would say it raw and clean. I got no fear or favor. At the time of my scholarship, the Minister Samuka, did not know anything about it. He didn't know. So when I reached to him, he said, "But you told Dr. McLean you're going to follow up on it." The next thing I looked, I got a call from the then MA to the Chief of Staff. I mean, to the Minister of National Defense. Captain Zomo, I forget her name. He called me. He said, "Sibo." I said, "Yes, sir. You know, here we used to play the joking officer." He said, "The gods have heard your prayer." The minister said, "Is interested in your case. Bring all the paperwork to the office immediately. Let me look at it." I took it, I carried it to them. Minister Samuka called me to the office. When I went there, I had a discussion with him. He looked at the paperwork. He said, "Okay, my young man," that's how I used to refer to as my young man. He said, it is assumed that the AFL have not seen the paper yet. It's assumed nobody has seen it. Go back and write a letter of request for study leave and send it to the AFL. Let me see this time around what it will say. So I went back, I prepared it. The study leave was approved. So it was when it came back from the minister, now it came from all the way up down to the Chief of Staff, making him to allow me to go to school. That was when Major General Zianka retired. Call me to your office now to come in so I can tell him about the scholarship. When he knew nothing about it first, and he just denied me outrightly. He told me, "Sibo, the commander told me, say the minister wants, the Chief of Staff wants to see you about your scholarship thing." So when I went there, he went through the paper, he flipped through it, sitting on his desk. "Oh, my member, this scholarship, that correct scholarship, I didn't know that it was like this. Oh, I thought the AFL were going to pay money." I said, "But sir, you didn't even look at the document. That's a shame." I didn't tell him that, but in my mind, I said, "Are you kidding me? This was a communication addressed to you, asking you for study leave. You didn't even look at the document. You just deny it. You deny it." He said, "My member, that's a good thing. Oh, I mean, if we can get more people to attend the school, that would be fine. Try to hustle for your men and see if some of them can go." So he said, "Okay, take it to the J1. It's approved. The J1 is going to prepare your study leave request for you to go." And I said, "Thank you, sir." I told the people I went to J1. At that time, the J1 was Geraldine George, Brigadier General Geraldine George, who is the current defense minister. She was the J1. J1 is the one in charge of personnel. When I took it to Geraldine George, she took it. She said, "Put on my desk." I put it there. She said, "Give it to my NCO." Give it to my NCO. I give it to NCO. She took it and put it down. 2 days, I can't get result. 3 days, I can't get result. The woman ain't want to touch the paper. I said, okay. Say your turtle, you want fire on your back. Okay. I call again. I told the MA, I said, MA, I get nothing, yo. MA said, but what's going on? The minister approved this thing. How can the people go in there? He said, okay, well, I brief the minister. Let me go and brief the minister again. From there, one morning, my phone ring. The commander told me, Sibo, go to the headquarters, because Joe won't see you. I called in car. I drove to the headquarters. Brigadier General John looked at me and said, Sibo, you're not easy, oh. That because you're bending, the minister called and blasting her off. I said, well, man, this is something that was approved. Why you keeping us to go to school on the social time? Don't worry, you go to school, you'll come back, you'll meet her here. You'll go to school, you'll come back. And you make it all, they put you under pressure. But, man, this thing will not call for. The chief of staff just prepare. Not even you preparing the letter, it's an NCO in your office that prepared the letter. Why you don't? Because you don't want me to go to school? When I came outside from our office, the next person I saw was Colonel Daniel Homo. I still remember Homo. Homo now, he's made the new Coast Guard commander. I think he attended War College in America here. I saw Daniel Homo. What Daniel Homo told me I can never forget. He said, Sibo, my picking, you first girl. My picking, you first kid. You see senior officer there, that time you were major. Senior officer, major there, we get master degree. Even your deputy chief was not get master degree. You, second lieutenant, that you won't go get master degree, you first came and pick it, better move on here. That's what Homo told me. I just laugh. I said, sir, you can get that thing and nothing for you. I just laugh. But those are something that they meant. That's how they hold people back. If I wouldn't have knew somebody up there to make them to do it, that scholarship would have gone. Today, I'm not going to be a maritime professional. Never. Then I don't have a few outside the military. That is what officers and soldiers are confronted with in our armed forces. Honor the guys watch. So when I came back from school, I graduated fast forward. One day I was walking, and then I also came to America. Before going to that school in 2015, I came to America where I did my boarding officer course in 2015. And then I went back to Liberia. I did it in Charleston, South Carolina, at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, Flexi, where I did my law enforcement, maritime law enforcement course. It's called boarding officer course. So while walking that evening, I saw one black Jeep, one black pickup. It's a white pickup, but a black or tinted windshield, tinted glasses or what. The car came close to me and slowed down. And then the windshield went down. When I looked at it, I saw a white guy sitting in it. So at first I thought it was one of our mentors, because we had a lot of mentors from the embassy that come to the Coast Guard base. I thought, but it was my first time seeing the guy. I look at him. I say, I'm telling you about my ordeal, why I left the armed forces now, why I left. That's what I'm telling you now. So the guy saw me. He called my name, Lieutenant Sibo. He called me in the army rank, Tony. I said, yes, sir. So I went closer. He said, he looked at the time. He said, late now. Tomorrow, by 1700 hours, I'll be here to see you. Be ready and wait for me. I said, okay, sir. I didn't know him, but he was a white guy, so I knew most of those mentors from the embassies were white people. So I said to him, okay, sir. So the following day, I was in the office. Around 1700 hours, he came. I asked people around, I said, do you guys know the guy? I tried to describe him. Everybody said, I'm not seeing him before, they don't know him. So I was sitting in the office. The next thing I saw, somebody came to the office door. He opened the office door. When I saw him, I said, oh, sir, I've been here waiting for you. He said, I've been looking for you around the barracks. I said, I've been in the office here. So I was preparing training schedule for my sailors. So he said, let's take a walk down the beach. Let's go down the beach. I get in the pickup. Down the beach is where we keep our boats. I got in the pickup, we drove down. When we got down the beach, he told me, he said, Sibo, so I say, we are about to send you on a classified mission. I said, classified mission? He said, yes, very classified. He said, even your wife in your house cannot know about this mission. Talk less about your Coast Guard commander, can't know about it. I said, but how will I be going on mission? My commander does not know. But I didn't know the guy. At the time, I didn't know his rank. I didn't know nothing. But later on, I got to know that Samuka had those Israeli operatives in Liberia. The Israelis, the Israeli operatives were there. The guy was an Israeli guy. Samuka told me, the guy told me, the information is very confidential. It's a covert operation. Your commander cannot know. Even your wife, if you get one at time, not married, can know. I said, okay, sir, but can you give me a little detail? He said, no. Tomorrow I'll brief you. Then he got in the car and going, so why he got in the car about to leave? I walked to him, sir. But why me? Why me for the mission? He said, I read your files. I read your files. He said, you are one of the best I've seen in the Coast Guard here. So far from the record can prove. You are a graduate of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center where you do your boarding officer course? I said, yes. You are a graduate of the Nigerian Defense Academy? I said, yes. He said, you just did your master's degree in maritime law enforcement, in maritime affairs, where you studied maritime law and policy? I said, yes. He said, you are the best candidate I've chosen for this job. Nobody in the Coast Guard qualified to do it than you. In fact, I don't know the reason why you're not even the Coast Guard commander. That's why he told me. I don't even know the reason why you're not the Coast Guard commander. That was why he told me. Then he drove out. I began to ponder what was going on. What was going on? So the following day, the guy came back and gave me a mission brief. I should select 15 men. We are going out to the sea. And the actual aim of the mission, there have been a lot of illegal activities on our water, a lot of illegal fishing, a lot of illegal. The reason why he told me what covert is because people were in cohoot with those fishermen, with those vessels that are doing illegal fishing. So if the information spread out, that information can quickly reach those vessel guys, and then they will stop doing it. The aim was to go out and arrest and carry on a massive arrest of vessels plying our water that carry on IUU fishing. IUU stands for illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So he briefed me. He said, but you are the only one with this information. You're going to select 10 men. Look among your sailors. Select me 10 men that are capable, that you take with you for the mission. And you're going to tell them we are going on a training. It's a training that we are going on. You're not going to tell them we're going on stuff. So in a previous scenario, when they gave you your orders, you had to go and give your order back to your men. So I selected my 10 sailors for the mission. We got prepared, everything was ready. I took them in the training room, I briefed them on, gave them some guidelines on maritime law enforcement, gave them some policies on search and rescue, gave them some guidelines on search and seizure, gave them some guidelines on hot pursuit. And just because I was just fresh from the school with all of this knowledge flowing all over me like that, provided to them. So my team were ready. My coach got commander came to me, see, but what kind of training is you going on? The message that training. I know, we just said that training, and I don't know what happened. He told me I could not provide the information, but as I was told. We got on a small boat. The small boat is called a Zodiac boat. It's a plastic inflammable boat. When we got on our boat, we went. During the mission, when we went somewhere out of the port general area, the basin, we went further down like 5 to 10 nautical miles. I saw a big white gray vessel standing, a big vessel. And the guy was with us. He sat down in the boat with us with his team. Everybody wanted to carry the Zodiac went. When we went there, they dropped the ladder. We boarded the vessel, went up. So, but me, I knew what was going on, but the soldier didn't know. So all they felt that were going on the vessel for training. And I told them what training, but I knew that was going on law enforcement. So during the process, that entire process, under my leadership, under my command, I arrested 3 fishing vessels. Go to Front Page Africa and just put George Sibo. You will see that story on the Front Page Africa. I arrested 3 vessels that were involved with illegal fishing in our waters. Those 3 vessels, I remember the list of those vessels were fined $700,000. The least of them were found $700,000. Some of them were found up to $1 million. And they pay. Because before the vessel left, they pay. That is some of the contribution that we are bringing to Liberia. When I conducted that operation, we spent almost 2 weeks on the sea. And our soldiers and our sailors thought it was just training. So actually, they didn't really go prepared. And some of the food on board, those guys on board, there was a vessel called, the vessel claim went on that vessel is called Sea Shepherd. Sea Shepherd is a vessel, is an international, check it up, it's an international partner that partner with other countries that want to fight illegal fishing. All of the guys on the vessels are volunteers. And the vessel, those guys are all vegetarian on that vessel. They can't eat meat. Remember our soldiers there that used to their meat and bone. There was no meat for almost 2-3 weeks were on that vessel. So you started getting lean. Our sailors started getting lean. I could see things were not working for them. I told the guy, I said, look, bro, I told God, his name was God. I said, look, we have to take our crew back for them to replenish and come back. He was like, no, we have to spend. I said, nope. I told him, said, no, my troop is, I told him clear. I said, my team is this, my team is demobilized. You can see them, they are well away. I can't push my soldier against the wall. I can't do it. I'm seeing my troop, they're not ready. I can't do it. I insisted upon it. Then later on, he left that evening, he came back, he said, okay, your troop, your men will go out and come back in 2 days. But you cannot still tell anybody about this mission, but it was already obvious and everybody knew what we're doing. Then I said, not only to take my troop, I'm going to replace my troop. I'm going to rotate some of them. Some of them are not well. I'm going to replace them with other people. He said, sure, that's going to be work. I said, yeah, it can work. I'm going to do that. He said, okay, if you can do it, that's fine. So before we left, then he said, oh, I have a news for you. I said, what news you have for me? He said, he brought me a newspaper from Front Page Africa. He brought a newspaper with my explanation, my everything on the thing. They were like, the coast guy is doing this on a leadership. I was happy. He said, and the minister has a reward for you. I said, a reward. He said, he asked me a direct question. He said, for the work you guys have done, what do you want from the, what do you want the minister to do for you? That's how close I got worded to the minister. That's how. Oh, God. I said, you see my troop. You see the guys, they have worked so hard. I mean, when you go to do boating, we are using that small plastic boat, some 50 to 60, 70 nautical miles. It is risky. You cannot put your troop in those kind of harm's way. Don't do that. When we go, the ocean wave hitting us, we wet, we soak with that salt water for days, and we only carry one uniform because we knew it was just something that it was so sad. But my troop endure. Bravo to those great guys. Bravo to my team. They endure. We perfected 3 major arrests that brought millions to the cover of Liberia. Millions. So at the end of the day, I told him, I say, each of my soldiers that on the crew, 10 people, they need promotion. They should be promoted. And number 2, look at the uniform. All the uniform have 10 white. The salt water have 10, the whole thing white. They need at least 3 sets of uniform. He said, okay, I'll take your request to the minister. So he went after 1 or 2 days, he came back. He said, well, the minister approved the promotion. The minister said, you guys are going to be promoted. And then for your hard work. And then, but the uniform issue, there is no uniform. Can't imagine how shameful it is that the armed forces of Liberia does not have uniform in stock. It told me there was no uniform. There was no uniform. So I said, okay, I told my troop, I said, you guys are going to be promoted. They were all happy. And he told me I was going to be promoted. So when we came back to show about my troop, the following day, the commander told me, so, my man, congratulations, the minister has told the chief of staff to publish your promotion order. So a mama said I was generally the first to be promoted for hard work and dedication. So I was happy, my troop, everybody was happy. Taking 1 step above your mate is a very big thing in the military. It's a very big thing in the military. So I told the guy said, we're happy, we're going to go on, preparing to go back and other things. So he said, okay, you know what? Take 4 days off. I said, okay. We need to do logistics. We need to carry food, so they can eat vegan food or stuff. They will have to carry regular food so they can eat on board. I said, okay, that's fine. So in the evening of the following day, the guy called me. It's really God, he called me. He said, Sibo, I said, yes, sir. He said, where you at? I said, I'm on the base. He said, come and meet me, so place. There is a hotel somewhere on, he said, Camp Johnson Road, or somewhere between there. There was someone at a hotel there. I know Camp Johnson Road, or somewhere. There's a hotel there. So I should meet him there. I went there, met him. So he told me, he said, do you know from reliable, because from the boarding report, because when you arrest a vessel, there's a whole list of, they call checklist. You get a checklist. They will declare everything they have in our boat. Money, everything, all that belonging, how many passports you have to do it. It's called checklist. I prepared all of those documents, took it with me because I did boarding officer in America. I did a boarding officer course in America. I knew what to do. I took all the documentation. We were never short of any paperwork that we needed to perfect all of our documentation. So when we got there, when I got there, the guy said, do you know that vessel, those guys have 45,000 euro on board? I said, 45,000 euros. I said, no. In the declaration, they not show that they got 45,000. No, they said no money on board. So he said, yes, from reliable source, they do have it. So I said, okay. If they have it, then that's false declaration. I mean, the false declaration, that's another penalty, that's another fine. You can find them. We can consider that money laundering under the law. So he said, okay, tomorrow, we're going on board the vessel. We're going to take the money from on board the vessel. I'm telling you now, why I left the armed forces is because of that money. I've never told anyone the story, and I'm telling the whole public in general how my career was cut short by Brandon Samuka because of that money. So he said tomorrow we're going on a vessel to go get the money, and we'll take the money, carry the money to the minister. I said, sir, we'll take the money, carry to the minister. Remember, the money is not even documented, remember? So are we going to document the money? He said, no. If our concern, that money does not exist, we'll take the money and go give it to Brandon Samuka, Minister Samuka. I said, sir, you know. I said, you saw the Coast Guard needs stop. Even if you would take the money, why would you use it for the Coast Guard? He said the minister will decide what to do with the money. And I know when the money goes in Minister Samuka's hand, you're not going to release the money. I know that. I told you, I said, sir, you know the minister, you know how things have been going. That guy is corrupt. You can't take that money and give it to the man. All that discussion we're having, the guy went, he recorded the conversation with a good conversation, how he recorded it, and went and doctored the tape. All the thing we talk about, he did not mention it. He went to the minister and mentioned the part that talked about me saying that he was corrupt. And everybody knows some guy is a corrupt man. He's a convicted fellow. He was pardoned by President Weah. We all know that, and I'm going to get into that story. He's a convicted fellow. He's a criminal. We all know that. So I was not wrong to say he was a corrupt man. When the guy said that thing, when me and him left from there, he said, tomorrow we'll go for the money. Before I left in town to go by the Coast Guard base, when I on my way, the commander called me. My commander called me, Bo, Sifos Bo, Lieutenant Commander Bo at the time. He said, Sibo, what happened? I said, sir, what happened? I don't know. I just leaving. The guy called me. I just left here on my way, going back to the base. He said they have put the base on high alert. In fact, they have authorized the MP and other guys to carry live bullet to go and man the ship. That they say, and somebody wants to go on the ship to take money on board the vessel. I said, somebody want to go on board the vessel. Yeah. So God went back to the minister and told the minister, say, that I was going to go back to the boat to take the money from the boat. When the boat had already been turned over to the MP, There was no way I could go on that boat by myself to take. It's not possible. Even though I'm the boarding officer, I was the arresting officer, but he was in the charge of MP. And it was far from that. I was not even dreaming about that. It was hard, like if I had the power, nobody go down the beach. I was like, are you kidding? What's going on? So at the end of the day, the following day, the commander called me again. Sibo, my man, what you did to your man Samuka? You and the man I said, sir, what you mean? What did I do? I didn't do anything. He said the man have rekindled your promotion. He took back your promotion. He told the chief of staff to not promote you anymore. I said, but what did I do? Sir, you know I married that promotion. He said, yeah, I do. I'm confused what happened. I said, I don't know. He took back the promotion that I earned, that I merited. Samuka took it back. That's why when I tell people he's a criminal, he's very vindictive. People will say that because I'm being personal. He is. He's an egocentric guy. He's a guy that believes only in himself. Greedy guy. And the law has proven that he's a greedy guy. He's a corrupt guy. So at the end of the day, the commander said, my man, that what going on? I said, okay. My sources from within now, the MP ranks and file, call me. Somebody called me. One of my sources called me. Sir, the minister have ordered your arrest. I said, minister ordered my arrest? I said, yeah. I said, for what? I said, I don't know, sir. Order your arrest. I said, when are they coming for me? He said, the information just came. We didn't get much yet. But then I got information that they're coming for me on a Friday evening. They're coming for me on a Saturday morning. At that time when I was in Sweden, when I was doing my studies, I secured a US visa that I wanted to come and visit my family. I was already planning to come to the US within that time to visit my family. But I was not thinking of staying here. No. If I wanted to stay here, I came in the US 2015. I would stay here. But I decided to go back. You can't put 15 years of your life in training, 5 years of your life in training, and just want to touch it. No regular training officer that have gone through those amount of years in their life of training would just want to throw their career away. No. People that spend 3 months, 6 months, yeah, they can go because they don't even know what they stand for. But for us, no, we knew what we wanted. We knew the prospect that it could give us. But hell no. They said no. They said no to us. So I look around and say, but what's going on? That guy won't come. Because some guy was going to arrest me, go put me in jail without trial, and just keep me there and forget about me. Who could stand in for Samuka? Who could confront Samuka? Samuka took auditors that went to the Ministry of National Defense to do audit. He arrested them and locked them up. Nothing came from in it. Auditors that's supposed to provide audit, he locked them up. Nothing came from in it. Why about me? What about me? He was going to let me to rot in there. I look at Valon and say, hell no. This is not going to happen. Hell no. The next thing I contacted an airline. I called my brother in the United States. I gave him some heads up. He said, no, we're not going to let that happen to you. My brother said, go to some place and get some money and get yourself some ticket and leave Liberia. And you get ticket, and you get visa. I said, yeah, I got visa. That was how when I bought my plane ticket. Quickly, I bought that ticket, expensive. Friday Friday afternoon, I was off. I was to the airport and I flew out of Liberia. Saturday morning, I was in Belgium waiting for my connecting flight to come to America when I received an information from the barrier that 10 military police, 10 MP was to my house to come and arrest me. I said, but tell them to pass behind in Brussels. Let it pass behind the house. They shock out there to come to Brussels. In Brussels, let come meet me there. That was how Samuka ended my career short. For all the work that I did, all the merit, all that I did for the Coast Guard, bring in heavy sum of money, more than $3 to $5 billion they received from that vessel. Samuka pursued me and ended my career in the armed forces. I don't hate him. That is the truth I've just told you. I've never told this to anybody. That was what Samuka did. That's why you see me today I'm not in the army. That's what I left. I didn't want because I wanted to be on a ward. I don't know. I was still been there serving my people because I went to school 5 years, did military administration. I know what it means to help Liberia. I know. And then the next topic, I will tell you, that's how my career ended in the army. That's why I left. Today, I'm opportune to sit behind microphone and speak truth to power and let people know how those guys, the vices of those guys, the corruption of those guys have led to the decline in the armed forces, have led to, from PAE day, from Danko day, see how the armed forces have shrank, see how things have happened, see the attrition rate, how many people leaving. You think Nigeria go train? Go train, all of them will leave again. You got no retention strategy. Soldiers are hungry. Look at the barracks. There is nothing entertaining. Go to the officer mess. What officers are supposed to sit and entertain themselves? What soldier go to the soldier mess? What is supposed to sit in the evening and entertain themselves? Take off stress. When you go to the place, that's a ghost land. No even chair for the people to sit down in. No chair for the soldier to even sit down and entertain themselves. No TV, nothing. How do you keep the troop on base? How would the troop not be in the street causing trouble? That's the reason why other military have those facilities in place in the barracks, because you need to keep your troop in the barracks. If there's no entertainment, nothing, the troop will go outside to find these things. And they are soldiers. They can get people confront them and want to tell them I'm a soldier. Mr. President, again to you. You need to change the circle of people around you that are advancing you in terms of security. Aim and believe they have zero clue on security. They have zero knowledge on how a military or the security apparatus is supposed to be run. They got no idea. They don't know what they're doing. There have been people that have stayed long in government. Some of them might have rose in the ranks in the military, but in terms of the know-how, the technical know-how, they don't have it because they did not go to the academy. In Nigeria, in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in Guinea, in Ivory Coast, you cannot become a chief of staff or even hold a command position without you being a regularly trained officer from the academy. Even in the United States. When you hear general, those are people that went to the academy, not people that spent 3 months in training. 3 months in training is sufficient for you to have the knowledge to run an armed forces. No, that's why the troops are disenchanted. That's why when you retire Prince Johnson and you appointed as the Minister of National, that's why you see the soldiers, their wives, they revolted against it. Because when he was general, he did not even take care of the army. He did not even provide them the basic need. The soldier was suffering. Even uniform, some of the uniform you see on the soldiers that are moving around in the street, you see they look handsome and beautiful, they bought it themselves. They bought it themselves. I was there. I know how many times I bought uniform myself. They gave me 3 sets of uniform from the day I joined. That was it. That was it. They will get 1 set of uniform for those that will go partake in the armed forces day parade, so they can look shining and sparkling, so you feel that the army is doing well. But the rest of the people don't even get uniform. Most of the uniform are bought. Those boots are bought by the soldier themselves. You pay somebody $250 to $300. Then they had to take some of that money to buy uniform, Mr. President. What wrong with the military sewing their own uniform? What wrong with the military having their own quartermaster to sew their uniform? What is wrong with that? You don't have to go buy uniform from outside. The military has professional people, Mr. President. Today, I see that all of the feeder roads projects, those small roads, farm to market roads, you are out there. They are giving them to concession companies. They are giving them out to construction companies to build the roads. Mr. President, you have an armed forces and engineering battalion, engineering company that is capable of building all of those roads and all of those bridges. Those guys were trained. They went to China, to the Mackinac School in China. They went to Shinshanjuan Academy, where they learn engineering, both vertical and horizontal engineering. They can build roads, Mr. President. You don't need to give feeder road to anybody. The armed forces, their engineering empowered them. They will build you all those roads. They will build you all those small bridges that are connecting farms to market road. They did it. The old armed forces did it. They did it. The bridge that connect my farm to the town, that bridge was built by the armed forces. You can still see it written on it, the inscription on it. They were built by the armed forces. That is what the armed forces supposed to be engaged in doing peacetime. But you have to keep them busy, Mr. President. If you don't keep them busy, they will not take their eyes from politics. Why are you giving all the millions out to company to build roads? Somebody will say, but they don't have experience. Okay, you know what? Bring a couple of people that have experience that will work with them. They will do it. You don't have to go spend 300, 400 million on all these roads. You can spend less than half of that. When the AFL engineering department, you increase the strength of the engineering department. While some of them are working, you send some of them to school to learn more. Mr. President, you can do that. You are the commander-in-chief. If you listen to what Geraldine George, Brigadier General Geraldine George, those fast-track promoted officers, Ziaka, Prince Johnson, if you listen to them, the armed forces are not going to go on your watch because they don't understand. They don't have the pedigree. They don't have what it takes. They don't know how armed forces are supposed to look like because they did not go to the academy. It's not their fault. You can't give what you don't have. I'm not saying it because I hate them. I love General Johnson and my people. I call him people. But you can't give what you don't have. They don't have that knowledge. They don't know how an armed force is supposed to be structured. They're just going to be doing try and error. Try and error. And your troops are going to be disenchanted till one day they begin to revolt. The officer mess, there's nothing there. The enlisted mess, there's nothing there. The enlisted doesn't have entertainment in the barracks. They don't have a PX where they can go and buy food. The military usually have store. Every military, you see, they have stores in the barrack where soldiers are being discounted. Things are sold at a discounted rate for soldiers. When you go to other countries, you see soldiers have something called a military discount. Because military is about service, Mr. President. Those people are serving the nation and the people. If they are not happy and they begin to revolt, you're not going to be president. I'm not saying it because I'm inciting anyone. I'm saying it because it is the reality. Nobody wants to say it. Today, I will say it. Mr. President, pay attention to your troops. They will take their eyes from politics. Increase your soldier pay. Give them allowances. $50,000 for international allowance is nothing. That is what my classmates in Nigeria that are majors now, senior majors, pending lieutenant colonel next month. My classmate that will graduate from the academy, that is what $50,000 they can receive when they're going for one foreign studies for 1 year. They receive $50,000. That's what they receive, equivalent in Naira. Because the military, that's where the military make their money from. When they go for foreign studies, when they go for foreign courses, when they come back, they can say the money that I made from the foreign course, this is what I built in my house with. This is what I bought my land with. But Mr. President, many of the soldiers does not have land that they can show you that after their retirement, they're going to leave, they're going to show. They don't have it because they don't have the money to save to even buy them land. But you have your ministers, you have senators, you have representatives. They are wallowing in the state resources. They are enjoying themselves. And they go in a place and make noise that they say they're doing something. We understand there are 3 separate and equal branches of government. But you have a way of making people to do the right thing. But you, Mr. President, if you don't do the right thing, no one will do the right thing. I'm happy for you. I want your government to succeed. But if you let military get involved with your government, that will be a thing of the past. Look at your neighbor, look at Guinea. Where your neighbor right at Guinea? It should be a warning to you. Look at Malay. Just look at your neighbors. Look at your counterparts. See what happening to them. See what the military is doing. Taking over because of disenchantment. We're not asking the AFL to do that. The AFL is a professional force. We are asking them to remain calm, but we will continue to advocate for them. They are not receiving anything. $50,000 for the whole armed forces for foreign travel, Mr. President, in a $1.2 billion budget. That is assault. That's a slap on the face of the armed forces. And you are the commander-in-chief, Mr. President. You are the commander-in-chief. Go back to that budget. It's not passed yet. Let them revive a lot of stuff in there. Let the armed forces get stuff. One last. Soldiers are afraid to talk. Soldiers will not talk because they will suppress them. And that is the only livelihood they have right now. There's no job. They are forced to be in there. Some of them don't want to be there, but they're just forced to be there. Mr. President, with the level of disenchantment, do you think that if there is an insurgency or there is an insurrection, external aggression, you think that those people that you have refused to pay the children to build adequate school for the children, those people that you have refused to pay better wages and salary, those people that you have refused to create entertainment for them in the barracks, that you have refused to put up stores and things where they can buy goods at a discounted rate, you think they'll be willing to go lay down their lives and go fight for politicians? Politicians that embezzle money honor no period of time. Some of them get universities, they get school all over the place, but I will come for them. I got mail for y'all. I got mail for y'all. I got mail for you politicians. I come in. People in the likes of Tom Fala, people that got gotten wealth honor no period of time. Edwin Snowden, gotten wealth honor no period of time. And the name goes on. I got a news for you. I'm coming for you. The platform came to stay. The good thing is not a radio station in Liberia that you can say you're going to close down. It's online. As long as the people get data, they will hear me. You can't do nothing about it. Mr. President, take care of your troops. Let me show you something, Mr. President. This section of this show is for you, Mr. President. I need you to pay attention to this. You are signing a concession, an agreement wherein they will be doing oil drilling in your country, oil mining in your country. That's a very good initiative. We have the resources, we should tap into it and better the life of our people. But did your security advisors, did they give you the security implications of those things? Did they give you the parameters, the security ramifications around those things? Every country that is doing oil exploitation, pirates cannot finish from there. Sea robbery cannot finish from there. Do you have the capabilities to mine those oil wells? Do you have the equipment to mine the oil well? Is the Coast Guard fully capacitated to go out there, Mr. President, and police the water and stop pirates or sea robbers from going in there and holding those people at ransom? Do you have that capability? The answer is no. And why? I will tell you why no. Right now, this is what your Coast Guard have at best, Mr. President. Look at the boats. This is why your Coast Guard have. The boat cannot even go 50 to 60 or 75 nautical miles. It can, Mr. President. Look at the thing. It's almost already like drowning. Look at it, almost like going down. Look at the thing. Where can the boat go 150 nautical miles or 100 nautical miles or 80 nautical miles to go and police the water to stop pirates? You think that boat can make it, Mr. President? Why the people around the president are so wicked? Your aim is to get the money. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, LPRC. Mr. Tue. By the way, you're doing a great job. But I will tell you, for that concession agreement, the Coast Guard should form a bigger part into it. The Coast Guard need a better boat. The Coast Guard needs vessels that can go 200 nautical miles and spend a couple of days. These vessels are not designed. These vessels cannot even navigate in the night. We have never used the vessel. You see, it doesn't even have light. It is for day navigation and it is for coastal navigation. Coastal, where you see in the water, you see in the land. That's what they call coastal navigation. These vessels are not for long distance travels. No, they are fast patrol craft just for river rain. In fact, it belongs in the river, not even in the ocean. Other countries like America, they use this in the river. It would never take this in the ocean. But your troop life is at risk, Mr. President. Look at, you put soldiers in these things, you put sailors in this thing and take them to the high sea when other countries are using it in the river. Your troops' lives are at risk, Mr. President. Nobody will tell you. I don't expect you to know that. But people around you are supposed to tell you, but they won't tell you because they don't even know what to do. You have to get the right people around you, Mr. President, to advise you, especially when it comes to security, it comes to the armed forces. Because if wrong things are done, those are not people that are carrying pen and paper. Those are not people that are carrying laptops on their arms. Those are not people that are carrying iPads. Those are people that are carrying guns. Capable of carrying guns. And we all know the record of guns. Mr. President, do something for your troop. This is the boat. This is it. Look at what your Coast Guard get. Liberian Coast Guard, look what they get there. Like pirates. These are the same thing the small pirate they can use. Risk their lives. But this is why your Coast Guard get at most, at best. This is why your Coast Guard has. Mr. President, where can this boat go? Is there any representative that is willing to sit down in the boat? Where it's sitting, we're not even fireplace. They're willing to sit in that boat where it sit down? Mr. President, the answer is no. Your Coast Guard is underprepared. But it is not late. It is not late, Mr. President. It is not late. It is not late. I will tell you this for sure. Your Coast Guard can be improved within the twinkling of an eye. And today's podcast, I'm not just going to be complaining. I'm going to provide recommendation, Mr. President. I have done my research. Before coming to the show, I did a lot of research because I serve the armed forces. I serve the Coast Guard. And I know what it takes to be out there. I was trained with the Nigerian Navy for 1 year. I went on sea. I went to oil well in Onan. All the FOB Boni, those places we were there patrolling. We see what pirates can do when there is oil drilling in your country. Once your country begins to have drilling, pirates and sea robbery cannot finish. And you know how the coast of Africa, West Africa, is getting infested with pirates because of lack of job opportunity. Your Coast Guard cannot man those well. Besides that, you're not being able to find out, you're not being able to know how many oil those people are taking out per day because you got no means of recording those data. And then they tell you that what you take. Then the country begin to lose. Then instead of you buying a couple of boats that can get there, the country lose millions and millions and millions. Mr. President, I'm going to recommend to you today in the podcast. I hope this video can reach you. I pray that it reach you. It's long, you don't have to watch all, but then watch the important part. Mr. President, I'm recommending to you 2 boats, 2 vessels that will be efficient for the Coast Guard operation to man that oil well and provide adequate patrol of our coastal water, our EEZ and our territorial sea. They're not only going to be there to deter pirates, they're also going to be there to arrest illegal fishing. You are seeing the record have demonstrated how much people pay in fines when they are arrested for illegal fishing. The records are there, Mr. President. You were vice president during Ellington. You saw how much money came back from the arrests that are made, from the arrests that the Coast Guard made from other places. You saw it. You know how much money can come from there. The Coast Guard is capable of taking care of herself. All you need to do is to empower the Coast Guard, Mr. President. Give them what they need. Give them the tool that they need. You're erasing the troop life. The troop life is being risked with this thing, Mr. President. They cannot go to high sea with this. This thing is for river. It's for river. Please, Mr. President, this is a clarion call to you, so your legacy can live on. You will be the first to buy a quarter-class vessel. It's called quarter-class vessel for the Coast Guard. This is what I made research on. This is one of the vessels. It looks fancy, yeah, but it's intended for war. It's a war fast patrol craft. Look at the dimension. Look at the specification of those vessels. If those that can read it. It's a Mentor Sharp 115 Defendant. It is a next generation multi-mission vessel designed in direct response to increasing maritime challenges worldwide. This modern and imposed military craft perform a wide range of missions, including border patrol, police and custom duties, counter-narcotic operations, fishery enforcement, and securing waters of economic importance. That is the kind of thing this kind of vessel can do, Mr. President. That is one. And I also made research of another type. They are of the same. Another type is still a cutter class. Look at this one. I know it might look small. No, let me change the one, not this one. Okay, this one, Mr. President. This is another one that I have made research on. Is this vessel big for Liberia? This thing don't even cost up to $2 to $3 million. No, they don't. But with this vessel, they will go to sea and spend a couple of days there. And you'll be sure, you will sleep sound, Mr. President, that your troops, your people are on the waters and they are secure and they are performing the duties. They are performing the rest. Look at that boat, Mr. President. How many of your security advisors have come to you with the recommendations? How many? They just want to get paid. And you can't blame them. Much is not giving them, so much is not expected. They don't have the technical know-how. They don't have the knowledge. So they don't know. They don't even know what to tell you, Mr. President. They just want to be around you because they have been politicians for a long time. They have been friends to you. So they're using the opportunity. Mr. President will know you can't see everything. We know you are a basic man. You can't see everything. But some of us will be here to provide you the information because we have the skills, we have the training, and we have the qualification. We know what it takes. Look at the boat, Mr. President. They're not expensive. I can send the website. If the armed forces need, I can send them the exact website. They can go there and secure these boats. These are reliable boats. These are vessels that go to sea, that have cabin where the crew can sleep. It has everything you think about. Is there. It has search and rescue capabilities. It's a fast patrol craft. No regular ship can run more than this, but it's still good and economical. Very, very fuel efficient. Mr. President, be a good deal striker. Those guys that are signing concession agreement to mine, to drill the oil. Let this be one of the prerequisites. Secure. Tell them, Mr. President, you need 4. Then they will say, Mr. President, 4 too much, we'll get you 2. Then the government of Liberia can buy 1 more or 2 more added to it. If people are traveling with 5,000, 7,000, 4,000 DSA, Mr. President, the Coast Guard can lead this boat. Without this boat, Mr. President, the Coast Guard will not be effective. They can't man out well. Those people will do what they want to do. And then you will never have a legacy. These are things that when you buy, Mr. President, in other countries, they name it after you. And these are vessels that last generations. When you look at the United States Navy or other Navy, they name their ships after their former presidents. Because of your legacy. Buy this boat. Buy one of this boat. Either this one or this one. Or 2 of them. You need at least 2. Because you cannot have 1 vessel, Mr. President. At least 2. They are designed. They are designed for Coast Guard operation, Mr. President. Please, I'm begging you. in the name of God, I want you to leave a legacy. I want you to leave a positive mark. Like I said, this show is not all about politics. Politics, no, it's about bettering the life of our agency, bettering the life of statutory agency in Liberia. This take me back to the Air Force. Mr. President, since 2008, the Defense Act was established. They said we should have an air wing. What is holding the air wing, Mr. President? That means we do not have armed forces that can protect us from sea. We don't have that. That be for the air. We don't have it from the air. Even though the Coast Guard is not even adequate to protect you because you don't have the equipment. It's not that they are not trained to do it, but they don't have the equipment to do it. Even the military, the army, cannot protect us on the ground fully. They don't even have the equipment. They don't even have the capability. But that does not mean they don't have the capability to unseat or civil government. They do. But in terms of insurgency, they don't have the ability to respond. The air wing, Mr. President, you could leave a legacy. You will be the first president after post-war Liberia to buy an aircraft and establish the air wing. Mr. President, we already have 2 pilots that were trained by Nigeria. 2 pilots. They are licensed pilots. You don't need to pay money for them to be trained again. Even though the Coast Guard the Armed Forces, the AFL honor General Johnson abandoned one of our pilots in America. The pilot found his own money, came to school because he wanted to further himself. Those people graduated from, those are perishable skills, Mr. President. Flying airplane, the military, those are perishable skills. They need to be rehearsing, you need to keep doing it or else the skill will lost. The pilot sat down for 4 years. One of them got a scholarship. It's not just scholarship, but he got a admission to a flying school in Miami, Mr. President. And President, we are quite aware of this. That is the pilot you see, President. We are standing with a cake plane. That cake plane, you see the 2 pilots standing right near him. Those are our pilots. Captain Jerry Jeff Dwana and Captain Adolfo Salif. Those are our pilots, Mr. President. Those guys are lesson proud. They flew Nigerian military aircraft. They flew it. If Nigerian would trust them with a military aircraft to fly solo by themselves, that means they are lesson pilots. Those guys, the other pilot came here, find his own money, call parents here, there, friends, family, they ran it together and give it to him. The armed forces promising that when you come, we will take care of you. Say you are taking the initial step, that is good. The man came here, the armed forces abandoned the pilot to the extent that the school had to tell him to leave. The school expelled him. The school reported him to immigration and told them that you must leave the country with immediate effect because he never had the money to pay his fees. The pilot wrote the Ministry of National Defense. He wrote the Chief of Staff, Prince Johnson at the time. He did everything he could. The next thing, when the pilot wrote an open communication to President George Manuel Weah when he was president then. An open letter, which of course is allowed. Even in American history, read it. Generals, soldiers, officers have written the president open letter. When they go through the chain of command and the chain of command have failed them, that's why you are their commander-in-chief. If the chain fails them, they have no other resort. You are their last resort. They will write you open letter. And Mr. President, when that letter reaches you, need to respond. You're not in the barracks, you don't know what's going on there. You're not in the defense headquarters, you don't know what's going on there. But your troops are disenchanted. Today, the pilot is in America, hanging in the balance. He's established here. But that's a man that wants to go home like myself. We're not in America because we just want to be here. We're in America because we're seeking greener pasture. We're seeking refuge. We have all the education, we have all the skills, we have all the talent that you need to move your services, your armed forces forward. These skills are here, untouched. You get a pilot here. And by the way, the next show on the AFL, I'm going to bring a panelist, soldier that has served the armed forces, other people, the pilot, everybody's going to be on the show. You're going to hear their story, you're going to hear their ordeal, why they left. The attrition rate is so high, Mr. President. Can you see that? Soldiers are leaving. The ones that are there because they have not gotten the opportunity yet. They're not there because they lack the job. The job is not attractive anymore, Mr. President. It's not. Please, do what you can do, Mr. President, before your troops turn their back on you. History has demonstrated that we are seeing it around. Mr. President, the air wing, you can establish the air wing. It is not expensive. People think when they say airplane, no. Mr. President, look at this aircraft. Look at this aircraft. If it is displayed on the screen, please let me know if you can see it. Look at the aircraft, Mr. President. This is a 12-passenger plane. The aircraft takes 12 passengers. And the press is called Cessna Turbo stationed there at HDT-206H. I'm not an Air Force guy, but we all know what an aircraft is. The aircraft price, Mr. President, now as I speak to you, a brand new one, it range between $750,000 to $1 million. Mr. President will have a budget of $1.2 billion. We can buy 3 of the aircraft or 2 of the aircraft, and you can establish the air wing. The aircraft is not just going to be used by the armed forces because of war or no. In peacetime, you can make the armed forces important. The air wing can be, they can use this aircraft. Let me show you what you can do. And this, by the way, this picture, this aircraft, this specification was Googled by the pilot that I talk about. That was that the armed forces allowed to come to America and abandon him. The specification of the aircraft was sent to me by him. This aircraft can be used for cargo and passenger transport. It can be used for intelligence gathering. It can be used for area surveillance. You get oil mining coming to take place. You have sometimes say, oh, something happened in the forest in that place. So they board or something happening. You can use the aircraft. You can mount camera on it. It can do area surveillance for you. It can aid in maritime search and rescue operation, Mr. President. This small aircraft you see, it can carry 12 passengers. It can do it. It can help in air reconnaissance. It can serve as air ambulance service. It can provide air ambulance services. That is medical and casualty evacuation. It can do it. It can help in border security. It can help in humanitarian aid delivery when there's a natural disaster. This aircraft can go and deliver goods and services to your people. It can carry medical personnel fast on the ground. And it can also be used to transport ballot papers during elections. Election result take forever to come because there's no way to bring it. Election result is being tampered with because of the duration it stays. These aircraft can be used for that. And they can also be used for pilot training and conducting drills. Mr. President, the price for the aircraft online today, this Cessna aircraft, brand new one, is between $750,000 to $1 million. To have an airline or your small fleet of aircraft, you start from a humble beginning. From a humble beginning, Mr. President. Small aircraft, 12, you get 1, you get 2, you get 3. When you make a man, you have a fleet of aircraft. Then you can think of, and these aircraft are going to be bringing resources, going to be bringing fun, because you can use it for transportation. The pilots we have, they can fly the aircraft from one, and they don't need long airway to run.
They don't need long airway to pick up. They are designed to pick up from the short, and they can even operate on a non-paved ground where yellow machine clean the plane can land there. And Mr. President, this aircraft right now is in Liberia. The organization that are using it right now in Liberia, we got an organization called Mission Aviation Fellowship. It's in Liberia, they're operating today. They provide flight services in the country. They take people from one country, from the southeast region there. They have that aircraft. They are using it for transportation in the southeast, in other places. They are using it. If a private entity will have it, why about a whole nation? And another entity that has it, Mr. President, is Golden Beryllium. Golden Beryllium has it. Golden Beryllium is used, they're operating palm oil in the southeast region. You know that, Mr. President? Golden Beryllium have one of the aircraft. If private entities can have this aircraft and they are using it, government officials are traveling, Liberians are traveling, passengers are traveling, nothing is happening. When our Air Force have one or two of these, Mr. President, you have Air Force. The record will reflect, Mr. President, that you established the Air Force. That will be a legacy. Today, the record count somebody that started the Liberian Frontier Force. Their name is recorded in history as being the founder of that force. Mr. President, if you establish the Air Force, buy them 2 of these aircraft, call back your pilot here, pay them well. I can tell you today, Mr. President, the pilot and I see each other every day. We talk to each other every day. He want to go back home like yesterday. He don't want to be here. Like me, don't want to be here. We're not saying this because we are begging for a job. No, Mr. President. We're saying that because we got too much to offer. And we just here. The knowledge is just being wasted. When our country needs it. Do something, Mr. President. Buy the aircraft. The Air Force need that aircraft. The Air Force need that aircraft. Buy 2 of it. 1 million, 1 million. If you buy it and put it there, you got 2 of it. The record will show forever that in post-war AFL, President Joseph Barker bought the Liberian Air Force 2 airplanes. Nobody will dispute that. History will remember you forever. That's how people live legacy. Little things that people overlook gave you legacy forever. Mr. President, please, I am begging you. Do these 2 things for me. For the Liberian people, it will help. Buy this aircraft and buy 1 of these boats for the Coast Guard. 2 of these boats. Because boat you need to have a backup. The same with the aircraft, you need 2 as a backup. Buy this thing, Mr. President. It will serve as a legacy. It will serve as a legacy for you. Your name will be ever written in history. All these people you see, they are senior officers in the AFL. Yes, those are the ones that you can see, you can be with. Those guys make 10,000 and more, or a little close to that as allowances and things. I mean, as salary and allowances and things. Mr. President, they are not the soldier anymore. They are up there now. They have become a bourgeois. They are military bourgeois. Not because they come and smile and think they are happy, that means the troops are happy. No, Mr. President, they receive more money, the troops are not receiving anything. Captains, majors are riding keke napep. They riding motorball with a major rank, with a palm nut tree on their shoulder, Mr. President. That's a disgrace to our nation. After hundreds or more years of independence, almost 200 years of independence, our armed forces deserve better. Mr. President, as I wrap up this section, and by the way, I told my listeners that we will have another panel of discussion on the armed forces. I'm serious about the armed forces because that is where I'm from. That's my home. That's what I love doing. They didn't send me to school all the years to learn these things and then let it become a waste. Let it become a waste, Mr. President. You think I don't have the opportunity of joining the United States Army? I can't. So my other police came to join. The United States want to hear your background, they want you. Some I have not done it yet. because we know there are better days ahead in Liberia. We know that some president will open their eyes and see the fire burning in these guys that are capable of making change. Mr. President, I'm calling upon you. We can't go back in uniform again, but we can run military administration. The powers are here. The power is here. Maybe 1 or 2 refreshers, all of them back on course. You establish an air wing, Mr. President, that thing will live forever. Forever. Your children will be able to point to, hey, my father did this. And that $1.2 billion budget, that budget gonna see in 2 to 3 years? That is not a legacy. Even though you started, how long are we gonna remember that? But if you buy 2 vessels for the Coast Guard, vessels that are powerful, Cutlass class vessels that can take men and equipment to sea for a couple of days and bring them, but your need remain forever, Mr. President. Those are the 2 things I'm calling upon you for, Mr. President. Do that. And check on your soldiers. If General Johnson, General George, they will understand they went in rank fast. They went up there. The only way they went there. Quick. They had the whole promotion. They went up there. But they don't understand. They don't have that know-how to move the armed forces forward. And you can't blame them. They never had that amount of training. They never had it. I'm not saying it because I hate them, but they never had that amount of training. Every command position, every strategic position in the military, in any well-defined military, is commanded by people that graduated from the Defense Academy. West Point, Sandhurst, Yusafa, in Nigeria, Nigerian Defense Academy, in Ghana, Ghana Defense Academy, in Sierra, in Guinea, Guinea Defense Academy. We don't have Defense Academy. But Mr. President, what's wrong with our diplomatic channels? Why we stop sending cadets to the Nigerian Defense Academy? Why we stop? Nigeria still waiting to help us. Why we stop? Why are we not sending cadets to Ghana? We have that bilateral agreement. The Ghana president, Mr. President, he's a friend. You know him. Why you can't send young Liberians that want to be officers in the armed forces? Why you can't send them there? So that they will come back with military administration. Our neighbors are doing well because they get the foundation. We that had the foundation, we were suppressed, we were marginalized, and we were chased out. That's why we left. But we can still provide administrative support to our troops. We can still provide administrative overhead to our troops. We have the education, we have the training, we have the experience. Mr. President, please, if you are opportune to listen to them, Mr. President. Please. Please. Our Coast Guard. We all know when the Coast Guard was founded, the Coast Guard was being commanded by a lieutenant. A lieutenant in the Navy or the Coast Guard is a captain in the Army. Lieutenant Moluba. He was the commander of the Coast Guard. He was a captain. Today, our Coast Guard has a Navy captain, which is a colonel from the Army. You took someone from the Army, Mr. President. See how misplaced it can be. See how they misplace things. They put us a square peg in a round hole. Why they keep doing that? They took Army colonel Homo and making Coast Guard commander. When you have a lieutenant commanders, major equivalent in the Coast Guard that have Navy training, that are Navy trained, they went to Navy Academy, they graduated. They know what it means to run a Coast Guard and what it means to run a Navy, which is a bigger version of Coast Guard. No, because they're not from first class or second class. But they were captain. They held the Coast Guard some years ago. But today, the Coast Guard have majors. They have lieutenant commander, which is a major equivalent in the Coast Guard, in the Navy or the Coast Guard. They can't make them Coast Guard commander. No, because they're not part of their class. No, because they're not second class. You have to run the armed forces with efficiency, not who know you or who don't know you. You have to run it with expertise. People that have the expertise, you give them the job to do. It's not your father farm that you might tell your friend, go put you in charge. No. The Coast Guard is stagnated today also because you take army officer to go run the Coast Guard. When the Coast Guard already have 3 Navy officers. People that went to the Nigerian Naval College, my colleagues that all went to the Nigerian Naval College, they graduated with me. They were commissioned with me. We know how much knowledge you have to run these things. They left them as a president. They took army officer, Colonel Homer, and they have done it in the past. They told Major Bo, army officer, and saying to the Coast Guard. They took Major Whaley at the time, Colonel Whaley, because they have grown in rank now. They send them to the Coast Guard. They are all army officers. Navy Coast Guard has a specialized operation, specialized training. They're not buka place. So you need to put a square peg in a square hole and a round peg in a round hole. You got lieutenant commander, you got equivalent of major in the Coast Guard today, and they are Navy officers that went to the academy, that did everything. They are trained, and they are capable of becoming commander of the Coast Guard. But because they're not part of your class, you take an army officer and make him Coast Guard commander. That's my disappointment in Major General Fuller. Fuller is my big brother. I'll have a special section for him. He's my big brother. I love that man. He's my big brother. He's a dedicated man. He work hard. I like it. But General Fuller, you're taking a mixed step. You're following the same footstep that your predecessor followed. And you see, when Prince Johnson left, when the president retired Prince Johnson and appointed him as minister, you saw how the military revolted. You saw how people were disenchanted. That is not how leadership should be. When you are promoted from one level to another, your subordinates should rejoice. They should have party for you that you have been promoted. That means you have done great things for them. But if your people are rejecting you, that means you have done nothing but you brought harm to them. Colonel Fuller, sorry, I used to call him because that the rank is still on in, I remember. Major General Fuller. I know. Geraldine George has become your boss. She's the minister. How much knowledge she got around the army? Very little. Even though they went up quick, like a breeder dog. They catapult them up to the rank. Boop! They become generals. But they don't have that know-how. They don't have the technical know-how. Major General Fuller, you have to leave a legacy. Life is about legacy. Leave a legacy. Restructure the army. Put people to where they belong. Recall that army officer from Coast Guard. Send him back to the army and put a Coast Guard officer in charge. You got lieutenant commander, you got major in the Coast Guard. Let them run the Coast Guard. You will not feel happy when they take a Coast Guard officer and go run the 23rd Infantry Brigade. Will you like it? That Coast Guard officer is sent to 23rd Infantry Brigade to go run it. Will you be happy? And the thing is that you know it's not right, Major Fuller. Major General Fuller. I'm used to saying Major Lieutenant Colonel because technically the players will be. It's going to be way up there, but now you're went up there too fast. Your counterpart there, go check it other places that went to graduate at the time you graduated, they are colonels. They're not Major General. So when Zanga retire so fast, they retire them. And Zanga was one of the most bobo Minister of National Defense. Most bobo one. He did not seek the troop welfare, nothing. No press statement, nothing. The guy was just, Nigerian man says, shy iska. Drinking tea and just have money, his business, that won't let nothing concern me. I would not stress myself. That's the kind of situation that he was in. Oh no, he watched. Nothing happened for the military. Well, at defense minister, even as chief of staff, they were there all day telling us that when the Nigerian officers leave, when they take charge, they will do better. You will see how things will improve when the Nigerian people left. The army went straight down the drain under their watch. Those Nigerian officers went to the academy. They knew what it takes to run the military. That's why you see the military was still up there. But today, you guys were 3 months trained, 4 months trained. You don't have what it takes. You need expertise. You need experts. Mr. President, in as much as our generals or our defense minister, they have much to do, have a lot of things to learn, a lot of things to do, because they are not capable. Work on the budget for the armed forces. That money is nothing. Seek your troop welfare. Seek your troop well-being. And before I leave, finally, Mr. President, this one goes to you. The military is operated on a class basis. First class, second class, third class. The military is operated in other countries on a course. They call you course. When you're by the set you go, they call your course. The other set they call the course. Course 1, Nigeria Defense Academy say course 1, course 2, course 3, all the way now they have almost course 75 or so. I'm a member of 60 regular course. I'm course 60. Now they have almost 80 in Nigeria there. So, Mr. President, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in Ivory Coast, in the Gambia, everywhere, promotion is based on class. In the armed forces for experience, and that's the information people that are around you, because they don't have that know-how. They don't know how it works. They will not be able to advise you. We understand it is your constitutional prerogative to appoint chief of staff, to appoint defense minister. Yes, the country will give you that thing. But it is also experience that experts guide you through the process. People that understand what military administration is. Some guys now run it behind you there because they just want to get back in government to steal again like he stole before. Some guys stole our money. That court case. I will get back on it. That court case where he had with the AFL. He stole our money. Some guys stole our money. He's a criminal. He ought to be prosecuted for that. President Weah, you never supposed to pardon that man. That man what that man did had a propensity of causing war, causing unrest in the country. You eat soldier people money. Then he lied, said President Ellen Johnson told you to do it. You said you are a military man before. According to you, you said you were colonel. That the rank you say you stopped to. I don't know colonel in the police, because when they say you're a red beret, I think not police. So it's always both colonel, it's always both colonel police, not colonel army. According to you, you know you're not supposed to take unlawful orders. Any order that's unlawful, you're not supposed to take it. The first thing, you took our money forcibly. We did not consent to you taking our money to keep it. We did not consent. If you say you will keep soldier people money or anybody money, if you want to have a compulsory saving, I should sign a paperwork saying that I agree for you to keep such amount of money for me, and I will receive a social time, it will be this amount. You did not. No soldier or officer can show you any paperwork they sign that you're going to keep money for them, that they agree for you, Brandon Samuka, criminal Brandon Samuka, to keep money for them. No soldier can show you that. But the soldier were afraid to speak out. Yeah, because they will reach on them. Even the commanders, Prince Johnson, Ziaka, and Folene, they could not come out to speak and tell the people that, oh yes, the soldiers or officers did not sign. Because Samuka, you presented yourself as a demigod. Everybody afraid of you. That's how you are so powerful, thinking that you are God. You move with your shoulder held so high that you are God. God get a way to break people. Go read the story of Nabucodonosor. He broke him down, saying in the wilderness. You think you're going to be senator or Lofa Kante? When you took our money, you stole our money, you took it to Lofa to go run campaign? That the military money you took, our money you took without our consent. And the law found you guilty for that. Don't lie on Ellen tell you to take it. Even when you tell you to take it, that was unlawful order issue. I said no. It was unlawful. In the military, I don't take lawful or unlawful order. And you know that. And you are the Minister of National Defense, you are subject to the UCMJ, and you know that. You sat down there and lied to the people that President Ellen told you to take the money, and you took our money, our hard, the money already plenty. You took some from there and take it to Lofa County and go and run campaign with it, and you win. They don't let you take office. They will use you as a political maggot. They will use you to shine. Like Joe, we are used you to shine. President, we are used you to shine. Take off, say you pardon you. So the Lofa County can say, oh yeah, you pardon our son. And President Braga will stagnate you somewhere. You're not coming back down there. You are a criminal. And you ought to be addressed as a criminal. Even though you are a pardon criminal. Everybody know you are a pardon criminal, Samuka. You are a criminal. You should hide your face from Liberian politics. Don't even want to get your job, don't take it. How do you even sleep at night? How do you even sleep at night, Samuka? How? You are a criminal. Hardcore criminal too. You think Liberian people are going to listen to you and make you senator in a horse they're passing around? That's the thing of Liberia. The culture of impunity is too much. People does wrong, you let them go because of political affiliation. Why would you pardon that guy, Mr. President? That means have the ability to create war in the country. When the soldiers are going to revolt and take over the street and take over government, what's going to happen? Because of one Samuka. Those kind of people are to be sent to Bela Yala. Let them go to the place and reopen Bela and send those people there. Because he did nothing less than what Ellen Johnson and did to bring war in the country. That's exactly the kind of thing they did. And that was what you were about to do in Liberia there. You need to pay for that. You pay for your sin. You will pay for your sin, Mr. Samuka, you pay. So, Mr. President, promotion is based on class. Every country. If you are promoting an officer, for example, if we are the member of Prince Johnson, I will give a practical example. Prince Johnson, General Prince Johnson. If I say Prince Johnson, all of them are general now. So I'll just call it quickly. Prince Johnson, Zanka, Major General, Geraldine George, Brigadier General, Fuller, Major General. All these guys are from class 1, which we call the first class, class 1, Mr. President. In the military system of administration, in your class, in your set, only one person becomes chief of staff. Even in Nigeria, only one becomes service chief. And one might have the opportunity to become a joint chief. But we don't have joint chief, we got chief of staff. Only one person in the set becomes chief of staff. So the moment one person in that set, Mr. President, is promoted to chief of staff, the rest of them are supposed to be retired. Because that's how the military grow. That's how people move up. Now, second class in the AFL cannot move up the stock because you're promoting everybody in first class one by one. It's not like that, Mr. President. In your set, it's only one person that is lucky to make chief of staff. That's how a military administration works. When you are promoted to chief of staff, your rest of your set are retired. That's how the system is. A pyramid. When you come from down, you're plenty. As you go up, it become narrow. One man gets to the top. But Mr. President, they keep promoting people from the first class. So when second class gonna get there? When third class gonna get there? When fourth class gonna get there? They're gonna be old. Because I see why it's happening, because you don't have the right people near you to advise you, Mr. President. They don't know about military administration. They don't know how military is supposed to be run. They got zero clue. Zero clue. So, Mr. President, it's not late. Promote per class. Promote per class. One person from first class become chief of staff. After 1 year, 2 years, you retire them and promote somebody from second class. Like that. That's how people grow in the military. Because the military is, you come from first lieutenant, from second lieutenant, you go up, go up, go up, go up. You can't be stuck to one rank. No. For how many years? You be stuck to the rank. For what? People have to grow. Because the military is about service. You serve, you leave. You got to be always stick before you leave. No. Because when you leave the military, you got other things to do. You can be hired by the Ministry of National Defense. You can be hired by NS. You can be hired by another person. So, Mr. President, this promoting people in the set. Once you keep promoting them, you promote Zankan, you promote Prince Johnson, you promote Geraldine George, you promote Fuller. That's first, all of them part of first set. So when second cell will become chief of staff? When second cell will hit the chief? They will not hit the chief, Mr. President. They will get, oh, then you retire. Then they will just, out of sick or something, they can go for, they just stop. People around you don't understand military administration, so they're not going to tell you, Mr. President. They don't understand how it works. So please, the class system, and it needs to be documented, make it into paperwork. The few days, Mr. President, you retired some AFL personnel, you gave them 40, 30,000, 40,000. It's commendable. That's what we're supposed to be seeing. But Mr. President, how sustainable it is? How sustainable it is? Can you sustain that? Will the next government sustain that? That money that you gave to them, that retirement money, is it driven by policy? Is it policy driven? Is there something written that you have, a written law that you will follow so that other people will come and follow that law? Because if you retire them with 40,000, 35,000, they go to the next set up, you get them 5,000, 2,000, they will be disenchanted. Because the poor retire, you get anything. Nothing. But other people got 40,000. We are happy that they got 40,000. They serve for long. We like it. That's how the military people should live with honor, with some good money. But Mr. President, let it be driven by policy. Let it be driven by policy, Mr. President, please. So I will open the phone line for a few minutes. I know it's late now. I've taken much of your time, but the topic is so there are a lot of things to cover. We will have another topic. We will have another topic very soon. The same topic, but we'll have a panel this time around to come and talk about these things. We'll have a whole panel to come and talk about the armed forces. People will give you their audio. People will explain their story just the way I explain mine. So you can see the phone numbers on there. The phone numbers are there. The WhatsApp line. You can call on the WhatsApp line. You can call on the WhatsApp line, and we will be able to entertain your call. Let me get the WhatsApp number real quick. We'll just pick a few calls for today. So the WhatsApp number is plus 267 559 4052. Again, plus 267 559 4052. That is the WhatsApp number. Please, you can call. If you are in America, you can call the number straight. Plus 267 559 4052. And I will bring you on so you can give your thoughts or give your. We want to open the line for 5 minutes, already late, so that we'll have another big discussion where we'll have panel on this call, on this platform. And let me let you guys know while we are waiting for the call. Our next discussion is going to be on the Liberia Maritime Authority, the Liberia Maritime Program, not Authority, Liberia Maritime Program. Yes. So we're going to be discussing understanding Liberia Maritime Program, opportunities, gaps, and the real beneficiary. Who are those benefiting from Liberia Maritime Program? Is Liberia really benefiting from the program? Even though we have up to almost 6,000 ships in our fleet that are flying our flags all over. The amount of money that they are paying to LISCA, Liberia International Ship and Corporate Registry, which is an entity that runs our program, is LISCA actually remitting what is supposed to remit to Liberia? Are Liberians really benefiting from that, from what God has given them, our maritime program, which is the largest now in the world in terms of tonnage? I'm a maritime professional, so I understand that. So I will put up the flyer. We will set up a date, and I can promise you, this is our first show. So we didn't follow schedule. It's too long. We understand because I was just a lot of people. Or the next show is going to be, we're going to have set of panelists, maritime professional from diverse. We have people from Nigeria. We have people from Liberia. We have different people serving as panelists. We're going to have whole panel of maritime professional that will delve into the Liberian Maritime Program so that we can know if Liberians are really the beneficiary of our maritime program. So please follow us. You see the flyer out there. You will see everything. And then after that maritime thing, we will have another show in the coming days too. And the topic for that discussion is the role of religious institution in nation building. Like I told you guys, not all about politics. We're talking different things that will help Liberia. The roles of religious institutions in nation building. Are our religious leaders doing enough? What's happening to the religion community, our religious community? We have religious institutions, schools. Cottington University owned by the church. AME University owned by the church. Zion University owned by the church. Stella Marie owned by the church. Even private schools, small private schools around, Singing Zito, all these non-denominational churches school, they are owned by the church. And the money they use to build those schools were people tithe, were people offering, and were donations. But today, they have made the school fee so high to the extent that even the people that pay their tithe and offering to build a school, they can't even afford to send their children there. So that's another topic that we're going to delve into. On that topic, we're going to have panels, we're going to have pastors, we're going to have religious leaders, we're going to have imam. We're also going to have schools owners, people that own schools on our panel to discuss it. So we got a lot of good things coming up. Just keep subscribe to our channel, follow our YouTube page, leave a comment. We're going to follow them in subsequent time. In subsequent time, we're going to follow them. So on this note, I want to say thank you to everyone that listened. I want to say thank you to our supporters, Miss Felicia Fee Pensy. Miss Pensy has been one of the engineers behind this whole broadcast. I'm so happy. She taught me a lot of things about Facebook and other things. And above all, I want to say thank you, and I want to dedicate the show to my wife, Miss Evelyn Sibo. She's been a very big inspiration behind this thing. She did extremely well. She's doing extremely well, entertaining me of all my noise making, all my shouting in the house and other things. She been there as my backbone. So I want to commend her for this. Let her keep loving me and keep supporting my dreams. And I want to appreciate everybody that helped in making the day a success. Captain Vania Dovos-Saliv, our captain, our pilot, he also helped in making this day successful. My friend Emmanuel, Emmanuel, he helped in making Lawrence, not Emmanuel, he helped in making this program a success. So the lines are open. You can call, or we're going to shut the show down. It's been almost 4 hours now for the show. In the next season of the show, we're going to have a lot of people on the panel coming on. So again, I'm going to play our intro video while we wait for the call. If we don't have a call coming through, we will just call it a day. At least a lot of information was provided and a lot of things were said. So I will play our intro video again so you can see. It's something that was developed by myself while sitting in my living room. And, there's still room for improvement, other things. But watch the video and listen to the wording. Follow the wording, not just what you see, but what you hear.
From the towering peaks of the Woolajezi Mountain in Lofa County to the golden plains of Bomi River Basin, through the verdant greens of the Sapo National Park, a place where monkeys whisper secrets and pygmy hippos tread unseen, from the valleys to the roaring coasts of Monrovia, Buchanan, Harper, and Robertsport. These are the voices that travel unfiltered, uncaged, and unstoppable. Welcome to the Liberian Voices Unfiltered, the platform where we speak the languages of the land, celebrate the cultures of our people, beat the drums of our tribes, and dance to the rhythms of our identity. This platform is more than just a broadcast. It's a movement, a megaphone for the people. No scripts, no sugarcoating, no stage management, just the truth, pure, bold, and proudly Liberian. Tune in, turn up the volume, and join your host, George Senator Sibo, the Pan-Africanist, shaking the mic, breaking the silence, and speaking for the nation and its people. The Liberian Voices Unfiltered. All hail, Liberia hail. It is raw. It is real. It is authentic. From the bushes to the beaches, this is our voices, our truth, and our story. It must be heard.
So there you have it. That's our intro video. I sat down right in my living room and I made that video. So you can sit, just practice on the internet. The internet AI can do a lot of stuff. And also our theme song is also, I also made it one myself. For those that are just listening, I made this song myself sitting right in my living room from AI, artificial intelligence taking over my people. Listen to this.
Yeah, you're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered.
Oh, we're speaking truth tonight. Liberia, let your voices rise.
From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown.
Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say. Unfiltered voices paving the way.
Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Bukana to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Town, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah. You're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every
This
voice
is
is
the
heard.
version of the song, the second version. Listen to this, the second version.
Voices Unfiltered. We're speaking truth tonight.
Liberia,
Let your voices rise. From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown. Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say. Unfiltered voices paving the way. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Buchanan to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Mount, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Your story, your power, your sound. Healthcare, education, we. Yeah! You're tuned into the heartbeat of
Second
Mama
version of the song, we
Liberia.
got full version of it. Listen to the one again.
You're tuned into the heartbeat of Mama Liberia, where truth meets the people and every voice is heard. This is Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Oh, we're speaking truth tonight. Let your voices rise. Oh, we're speaking truth tonight. Yeah, let your voices rise. From the streets of Monrovia to the hills of Nimba, we're bringing light where the truth's been hindered. Politics and power, let's break it down. We talk the real, no mask, no crown. Economy shaking, but we still stand tall. Business and trade, we can uplift all. From the youth to the elders, we all gotta say. Unfiltered voices, paving the way. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Yeah, we tell it how it is, no filter. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. The people's mic, the nation's mirror. From Buchanan to Bong, from Lofa to Cape Mount, we talk the truth that really counts. Liberian Voices Unfiltered. Your story, your power, your sound. Healthcare, education, we go discuss. From clinics to classrooms, who can we trust? Social justice, human rights. We shine in truth like city lights. Public policy, rule
So,
of law.
ladies and gentlemen, how well you watch the game, how well you listen. I appreciate the comments. I'm going to go through everything. I'm going to be able to respond to some of those comments. And we will take your recommendation. Like you said, this is our first podcast. It was very lengthy. Someone in the future is going to make it short, sweet, and break it down into various segments. I know we took a lot of your time. We appreciate it. And we hope that you can subscribe to our channel. You can like our YouTube channel. It's called Liberian Voices on TikTok. Just subscribe to the channel, like the channel. So anytime we are having a show, you can see it. You can see it live and you can follow. Our Facebook page is On my Facebook page, you see George Thibault. But on my main Facebook account, you see George Thibault, but we have a Facebook page called Liberian Voices Computer. I ask you to follow the page and like the page and make a comment on everything we do. So I appreciate. I tell you, thank you for supporting the show. We still need panelists. Like I said, we need panelists. We need people to join us as panelists on the show. If you are interested, please come and form part of the show. We will appreciate everyone that want to be. We want to have diverse background, people from diverse background, diverse thinking and contribution to give to Liberian people. So we say thank you, and we call this a day. God bless you. Good night, afternoon, wherever you are. We say thank you for being with us. Keep on following us and keep on supporting us. God bless. Ciao.